Live from the Pacific Ocean off Newport Beach, California, this is the 2025 Governor's Cup, the 58th edition of the oldest and most prestigious international youth match racing championship in the world. Tom Eamon here alongside Andy Rose and Matt Whitfield doing commentary today and tomorrow for the end of the rounds robin, the semifinals, and the finals. It's a beautiful day, except, Andy, the wind is a touch light, and we are under postponement for the moment.
It is a little slow, but it was on the first day of sailing. We were about an hour and a half late. But still, Dr. Don Becker and the incredible race committee at Balboa Yacht Club got 6 races in that day. So I'm not worried. We only have 3 races left to go in the semifinals. And we
in the rounds.
Or in the rounds robin, sorry. And should easily be able to get in a couple races of the semifinals and then go tomorrow continue with the consolation races, semifinals and finals. So this is a very thermal, in the summer, the winds are pretty much thermal here, meaning that when the land heats up, the wind will start to blow. Because when the land heats up, it becomes a low pressure area, and the air will naturally try to fill it, and that makes for wind. So we'll have some wind later.
What some parts of the world we call a sea breeze. It sucks the air off the cooler sea.
Exactly.
So you think it'll come up. You're the local expert here. Will it go right today? We're more or less a 2-2-0? What's the wind direction right now?
It's
more southerly
the wind's about
than that.
210, 215
yeah,
right now.
so it's already a bit in the southwest, which is usually a good sign. But Tom, as you'll remember yesterday, it pretty much stayed at 220 with some shifts, but the average wind was about 220, and I imagine that'll be similar today. I don't think we're going to get a big westerly breeze late in the afternoon.
Matty Whitfield, you are a former competitor in the Governor's Cup. You're a national match racing champion from the UK, now living in the U.S. Welcome again to our commentary team. Now, you've been studying the competitors list, the leaderboard. We know that Justin Callahan of the Biscayne Bay Yacht Club in Florida and latterly of the Harvard sailing team is on top, having gone 19-0 so far in rounds robin 1 and 2, with 3 more round robin flights to go before we get the top 4 teams advancing to the semis. Tell us about Callahan and tell us about who you think will be his other 3 semifinalists. Matt.
Yes, so Justin and his team have sailed really well so far, and they've managed to get it locked into the semifinals, as has Josh Hyde from the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. He's on 16 wins, so a couple of wins behind, but been sailing really, really well. And then the teams in the hunt who might make it, might not make it are Morgan Pinckney from Newport Harbor. He's in 3rd place at the moment with, I believe, 14 wins, and he needs 1 more win to get in. And then Cole Tapper on 13 wins, who again I think needs 1 more win to get in. And then the 2 teams just sitting outside, both on 11, is Theo Westerland and I'm blanking on the other one. Michael Kirkman. Sorry about that one.
Michael Kirkman from Bayview Yacht Club in Michigan, and Theo Westerland from the GKSS, the Royal Gothenburg Yacht Club in Sweden. Andy, tell us about Cole Tapper, who was last year's champion, is the current world youth match racing champion, but he slipped a bit. He lost 3 races in round robin 1 and 3 races in round robin 2.
Yeah, indeed. Just one slight correction. He is no longer the defending champion in the Worlds because
correct.
We just had a Worlds a week ago, and one of the French teams won. But Cole has been on a roll, Tom. For the last 18 to 24 months, he's won just about everything there was to win. And frankly, I expected him to be a true favorite, even among the other 3 who were very competitive. But that hasn't happened. He's lost some races. He had a foul. I believe they took a point away from him. So it's fascinating. As I said yesterday, though, I think he's just fine. He'll save it up to the semifinals and start really getting to people. But it's much more interesting this way.
You did indeed. I saw a quote in the press release last night from you saying that you expect him, that is Cole Tapper and his team of Hamish Vass and Jack Freewind. And Jack's a Kiwi, interestingly. They're all representing the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia in Sydney, that prestigious, esteemed yacht club that runs the Sydney Hobart race, among many, many others. But you think they will come good here in these remaining 3 races, get into the semis, and then put real pressure on the other 3?
Yeah, I really do. I can't believe that he would have this bad a regatta. You know, that part will stop. And I think you'll see a different Cole Tapper here in the semis. It's interesting, Jack Freeman is actually from New Zealand and was invited to the Governor's Cup, but chose to decline the invitation and sail with Cole. Well, that's a really good sign. I mean, and that crew has been together now, Tom, for like a couple of years, and I'll tell you, that helps so much. We had Cole on your Sailing Illustrated show with the Road to the Gov Cup, and, you know, talking to all 3 of them. And, you know, Hamish said, you know, sometimes we support him when he's getting all down and stuff, and sometimes he supports us. And if you have the same guys, it just adds an extra layer of confidence.
And interesting to note that while the French were 2 of the top teams at the recent World Youth Match Racing Championship, Cole Tapper and co. did not race there, so who knows what would have happened had they been at that event. They chose to stay home, be fully rested, fly up here from Sydney with a couple days in advance of this regatta, so we'll see if their heads are clear and they come strong in the semis. Let me turn to Matt now. Again, Matt, you and Andy, you talked about it last night also in the press release, and we spoke with Jeffrey Peterson afterwards, who's coaching 3 of the teams here. And this business of being undefeated in the rounds robin, which is the current status for Justin Callahan. They are 19-0. Matt, is there a curse associated with that?
I mean, I think some people would say there is, some people would say there isn't, but at the end of the day, the only thing that really matters once you get into the semifinals is sailing well in the semifinals and the finals. So, you know, it's all well and good to get confidence coming in, but it's all about performing on the weekend. So it's performing on Saturday today and performing on Sunday tomorrow.
Andrew, you're a lawyer, and you just heard Matt Whitfield sound like a lawyer. On the one hand, it might be this. On the one hand, tell us what you think. Is there a curse associated with that?
First, there is a curse. But it is, I remember years ago when I was talking to my friend Dave Perry, who's the 5-time United States match racing champion, Congressional Cup winner, etc. And I said, so do you think, Dave, there's a curse? He says, yeah, there's probably a curse, but I'd still like to win all the races in the rounds robin. But Justin's line I thought was the best, Tom. Tell us about that.
Well, when I asked Justin last night after the racing, do you feel like there is a curse, he said,
well, superstitions first.
He then changed.
Sailors have, yeah.
I asked him, I used the word curse because that's what Jeffrey had used, and he said, well, you know, I am superstitious, but that's not one that I have. Which was, you know, the guy's
that's
going
perfect.
To be a foreign minister, Matt, of the UK or the Secretary of State here, or maybe the Secretary General of the UN. He's so diplomatic.
Yep.
Matty, is there a curse or not? Come on.
It depends.
Would you feel cursed if you were in his position?
I've had events where I've won every race in the round robin and not won, and I've had events where I've won every race in the round robin and I have won. So, again, it depends. But Tom, it's good for you, though, because one of my university professors, he said, if you can't answer with "it depends," you shouldn't ask the question. So, you know, it's a compliment to you, Tom.
Well, thank you, but you know, when you get old, depends has a different meaning, and I hope you're not referring to me in that context. Let's go to Jeffrey Peterson, the 2-time winner of the Governor's Cup, who is out here coaching 3 of the teams. Michael Kirkman from Michigan, the Bayview Yacht Club. Dylan C. from the Newport Harbor Yacht Club here, crosstown rival with Balboa Yacht Club. And he's also coaching Justin Callahan. Let's go to Jeffrey because he has won all of the races and then gone to the finals and lost. He's also won all the races and I believe won once. Haven't you, Jeffrey?
Yeah, that's correct. You know, I have to take Justin's philosophy of I wouldn't say I'm superstitious. I'm a little stitious. You know, there's only a few things that bother me. You know, the curse has definitely struck me a few times, but you know, like I said last night to you, Tom, I think talent can overcome the curse, and you know, there's a lot of these teams out here have an abundance of talent. So I would expect to see some pretty epic racing to close out the round robin, and then the semifinals is going to be quite the spectacle.
Jeffrey, I love that. So a little suspicious. I love that. You've just coined a word. We will use that.
I can't take credit for that one, but it is a funny way to describe it. You know, there's only a few things that I don't do during regattas that I feel will give me the heebie-jeebies when it comes to racing. But yeah, I mean, I'm stoked to be here, you guys. It's going to be a lovely day of yachting. I hope this marine layer burns off. You can see it's burned off behind me here, but a little out to sea. We still got some clearing to go, but I think we're shaping up for quite an impressive day of yachting.
Yeah, so Jeffrey, in terms of what the wind's doing today, we were discussing before we came on air, so you think there's a bit of marine layer out to sea, kind of offshore. There's not much wind in. What do you see this is going to happen in the next couple of hours through the round robins and then the start of the semifinals?
Yeah, you know, the conditions have been quite similar all week. Yesterday was probably our best day of racing. We had a beautiful 6 to 8 knots out of the west. I think we saw a 240 true wind direction for most of the day. When it's light like this, I think it's 220 true. It's a southerly fill. So we've seen this racetrack be predominantly left favored in the lighter days in the earlier parts of the morning, and then slowly track to a more right favored venue as the breeze builds and clocks right in the afternoon, which is pretty typical of Western Hemisphere sailing, at least in Southern California. That being said, later in the day we've seen it swing really far left as well. So it's not been a very typical week, I would say, out here. It's been very tricky sailing, very patchy conditions, but the nice thing, it's been relatively flat water, which makes the racing a little bit more interesting, because now you don't have large pieces of chop to deal with, and it's really going to be on the crews today to find the pressure for skippers to put the boats in to get ahead of their competitors.
Jeffrey, speaking of crews, Justin Callahan has Oliver Lloyd and Harrison Strom sailing with him, not his brother, who's been often
That's correct.
sailing with him. You've just graduated Georgetown University, a top collegiate sailor in your own right, and Justin Callahan was named as a junior at Harvard. Is he going into his senior year, right?
That's correct. He's going into his senior year.
He has, however, as a junior, been named Collegiate Sailor of the Year, which is a hell of an honor. By the way, his brother was named as an academic all-something at Harvard. Very bright kids, sharp kids. Tell us about Justin's crew, Oliver and Harrison.
Yeah, Ollie and Harry have been absolutely phenomenal all week. This is the first time that team's actually sailed together. Justin sails with Harrison at Harvard and the match race team there, and also against him in dinghies. And Oliver has been a competitor of Justin and I for quite some time, but that's the best part about match racing, is you make some bonds with people from different countries, and you go an entire year without seeing them, and when you see them again, you pick up right where they left off. And Justin kind of wanted to follow the 3-person model of having a larger middle and a lighter bowman, and trying to be under the weight limit, which, given the conditions that we have today, I think is a pretty good call. And they've really been putting a ton of effort into getting used to sailing with each other, getting in sync. Starting a crew fresh at a regatta as competitive as this, especially when you have teams like Cole Tapper showing up with his crew who have been sailing together for the better part of 2 years. Chemistry plays a big factor out there, especially when you get into high pressure scenarios. You have to be able to know where the other person's mind is going before it actually happens. You've got to be able to mind meld and be thinking as one cohesive unit rather than 3 individual players. And that's something that I've worked really hard all week to master, and I think there's still room for improvement. Right, my coaching to them all week has just been go out and get 1% better every race. Don't get complacent. You've won 19 races, which is great, but it doesn't really mean anything because it all starts over when we hit the semifinals. So, really
Jeffrey,
interested to see how they come together.
Jeffrey, we probably better explain that these boats were built for either 3 or 4 sailors, which gives a better opportunity for sailors, the boat sexes, to sail, on the boats. But there is a weight limit, so you can pick either 3 or 4 people. You cannot exceed the weight limit. And what you were talking about with Justin, I believe Justin said he's like 60 to 70 pounds under the weight limit, which in this light conditions, and I think you're going to see this today and tomorrow, that's a big advantage. And last year, I believe he sailed with 4. So it's interesting. But on the other hand, on the first time we used the boats in the 50th anniversary, the boat that got first had 4 people, and the boat that got last had 4 people. So the design brief was perfect. I've always said I think these are the best boats Alan Andrews ever designed.
Well, Andy, I'd have to agree with you. These are some of the most purebred match racing machines I've ever had the pleasure of sailing. I'm jealous sitting here all week watching it. I've been at the Governor's Cup for 5 consecutive years as a competitor, and this is my first time not racing in 5 years, and I'm pretty jealous of them out on the water. But like you said, we've found in years past that somewhere in that 70 to 40 pounds under the weight limit seems to be really the ideal weight, because it hedges you on the lighter side for the light conditions you'd expect, but still allows you to have enough horsepower.
Well, Jeffrey, I know that you're jealous, and it's got to be tough the year after you age out. But now, welcome to the old age people. This is good. You're on your way, mate.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Jeffrey, hang on here because we want to get to Josh Hyde, Zach Fong, and Nick Drummond, who are standing in second place. Looks like they're also through to the semis. It would, Andy, Matt, it would take something pretty amazing. They'd have to be disqualified for some, big prang or crash here in these remaining three.
Or sea monsters.
Or as we talk about sea monsters. Tell us, Andy, why don't you start? Tell us about Josh Hyde, then we'll go to Matt and to Jeffrey as well. Josh Hyde, Zach Fong, and Nick Drummond of the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, who've had a great week so far as well.
The first time we had an international entry was 1989, and of course the representative from the Royal Yacht Squadron, Mark Christensen, won. Yeah. And then they won the next year. They are a presence. They have the second most wins behind, I didn't add it up this year, but I think the second most wins behind Balboa. And the performance program, what they call it, at the squadron, as we call it in the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, just keeps producing, Tom, these incredible sailors every year. Josh is the new generation who's moving up. He had a terrible Worlds last week, but I talked to him this morning, and he says, yeah, this is better, huh? And I said, oh, yeah, this is better. He's on a roll. He's going to be, I wouldn't be surprised if Josh made the finals.
Yeah, they've been sailing well all week. They've been sailing fast, sailing smart. I think the thing with the New Zealand teams is they always come with there's so much internal competition they have within the country. So every time they go sailing, there's lots of other competitive teams. So they get really good race practice with their crew.
Where's the D&B? I thought you'd be blasting it.
Yeah, that's an amazing yacht club. And, of course, Andy, as you know, and Matt, they're the current holders of the America's Cup, having won it now 3 times in a row as the challenger and then defender. And we need not go into the America's Cup. That's in some controversy at the moment. But they do turn out great sailors year in and year out, in part because virtually, like Australia, virtually everyone lives within a few kilometers of the sea, of the ocean, and it's part of the school curriculum. I know my daughter Meg went to school down there during 2 Cups, 2000, 2003, and loved going to school there. They learned to swim. They learned to walk around barefoot. They learned to sail. And indeed, the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron is something special.
Without question. It's a great country. One of my fraternity brothers, we were meant to go to the same law school, and he, we took a year off, and he went down there and met this girl in Auckland and ended up going to University of Auckland Law School and getting married and becoming a barrister with the wigs.
With the wigs.
Yeah.
Well, those are the top 2 teams. Let's talk about now a number 3 team. They we will see if Morgan Pinckney, Cam Spriggs, Kelly Holtis, and Alice Schmidt of the local Newport Harbor Yacht Club, they've been sailing well too. And they were at the Worlds last week at the World Youth Match Racing Championship and finished, what, fourth from memory.
Yep.
And they're having a good week. Of course, Morgan, we know, has finished twice in 3rd place here at the Gov Cup.
I don't think I've ever seen Morgan more confident from the first day.
And relaxed.
He just seemed to be in a slightly different place than he has been the last couple of years. And he's, he had I said earlier, an up and down day. Well, he really didn't have a down day at all. But he did beat Cole Tapper in a crucial race yesterday, but then immediately lost to Josh Hyde. So I think that just tells you how close the top 4 are.
Yeah, Morgan definitely seemed very, very relaxed, very ready to go. He seemed like he knows what he needs to do and thinks that everything's within his control. He knows what he's going to do. He feels good with his crew, and hopefully for his sake, he can get that one win he needs to make it guaranteed in the semifinals.
Well, we're waiting for the breeze to come up. Scheduled racing was at the bottom of the hour, 11:30. We're approaching noon here, Pacific time, in Newport Beach. Gorgeous day. We're between the two piers, the Newport Pier as usual and the Balboa Pier. Behind us is Newport Beach, and over on the race committee boat, we have the principal race officer, Dr. Don Becker, and the fact that you can hear them in the background just getting ready for a sequence. That's great, so let's don't pester them, but the AP flag is now down. That's the red and white striped postponement flag, and up Matt Whitfield is about to be displayed. Code flag F for Foxtrot.
Which will be 7 minutes to the first start and 3 minutes till the entry of the first match, which will be between Josh Hyde from the blue port end and Kemp from the yellow end.
Morgan, I don't think has at least predictively, not a very, he should win all 3 races today. But what I noticed yesterday and the day before, Tom, is that Morgan and his crew are coming out of tacks and jibes pre-start faster than anyone. Well, that's even more difficult now because it's the lightest wind right now that we've started a race in. And, boy, the boat handling, including, everything from turning the boat. If you turn too fast, you stop. If you don't turn fast enough, you can't do what you want. But the crew has to be absolutely on.
And the crews are spectacular. We've been so amazed out here on the water. You've been out here all 3 days. This is day 4 of the regatta, and I managed to get out yesterday, and the crew work is impressive, which is why we will continue to mention them through the day. Matt, you just said that Josh Hyde in this first match, we're in flight 20 of the double round robin, so we're at the end of the second round robin. Josh Hyde will be racing Daniel Kemp from across the Tasman Sea. Daniel Kemp, Lachlan Wallace, and Charlie Verity from the Royal Prince Alfred Yacht Club, also nearby Sydney, and a little bit of a Kiwi-Aussie matchup. Daniel Kemp struggling a bit, Andy, in this regatta, but in this light air, anyone can win.
Without question. Daniel had a really good record, which is why he was invited. Be aware that we invite most of the teams based on resume, how many races they've won, what they've sailed in, etc. A couple of the teams are automatics. The U.S. Youth Match Racing Champion will be invited. Any winner of the Governor's Cup will be invited. But most are on resume, and Daniels is really good. He improved in the last 2 years pretty incredibly. Got second in one of the major series. So, he's not having a great regatta this time, but that happens.
You're chair of the steering committee, the so-called Gov Cup steering committee, and you and others at the club. There's also a selection committee, but you all have got your thumbs in that pie, your fingers in that pie, and with good reason. How many requests for invitations did you actually get this year?
Yeah, well, realistically, we only have 9 or 10 invites to give, other than the automatic invites of people winning and the Balboa Yacht Club representative, because we're the host, and you get one.
National Collegiate Match Racing Champ, Rose Cup winner.
Yep. So it's almost 3-1, Tom, on the RFIs.
Wow.
Versus, and it's tough.
So
I'm on the selection committee, and I'll tell you, I'm happy to do it, but sometimes I don't like it.
Okay, well, we're coming up here on the 4-minute signal, which is the entry. Matt, take us through it.
Yes, so we've got Kemp coming in with the yellow entry with 5 seconds till 4 minutes, so that they can't come in until then. So they're going to enter over the committee boat, and Hyde coming in from the port end, entering over the pin end of the line, which is a mark set bot. So you can see the yellow mark on the right-hand side of your screen. So here coming in, Kemp being on starboard has the right of way, and we expect to see a dial-up.
What's a dial-up, Matt?
A dial-up is the starboard boat has right of way, and it's exactly what's happening on the screen. So the port boat must keep clear, and rather than sail downwind away from the start line, it's generally advantageous to try and get over the top or be able to just be lured tack.
Nice graphic in the upper left corner by our executive producer and director, Chris Bretschker. And port and starboard, we'll be referring to that all day. Port tack is when the boat has the wind coming over their port or left side. They're the giveaway boat, vis-a-vis a boat that has the wind coming over their starboard or right side on starboard tack. They are the right-of-way boat in most situations.
We've seen fewer long dial-ups in this, which I'm very pleased with, frankly. But it is hard to keep your boat in position when you're a few feet away from the other boat. And if you're the windward or the boat closest to the wind, if you drift down and hit the other boat, then you're going to get a penalty. So we're seeing this is a little more like old-time match racing. They're trying to get on the other stern to control them. If you can get close enough, you can prevent them from jibing or tacking.
And just for especially non-sailors or not keen racing sailors, we're actually have a drone shot from upwind of the starting line. The committee boat there now in the center of the shot. Over on the right, just off screen, is the other end of the starting line, and they will be racing through. The beach is downwind, and the starting line is actually downwind of the boats. They will start, cross through that starting line, go upwind around the top mark, round it to starboard, meaning leaving it on its starboard or right side. Leg 2 is downwind to a gate, a pair of orange buoys out in front of the starting line. They pass through that gate and go either end to begin leg 3 back upwind around the top mark again, and then finally leg 4 back down to the finish line, which is the obverse of the starting line. But we've got some close contact, some close action here. I don't think contact yet, Matt.
No, so one of the key things to remember when it's light winds like this is that having hull speed through the water is really powerful for being able to obtain control or do anything. So potentially breaking up the dial-ups early when it's light. Just if you're the right-hand side boat and you can keep the speed, you can get a delta between your hull speed and the other boats. That's powerful. And then just if you get down speed, it's really hard to build. It takes a long time to get back in. We've got 1 minute 6 seconds till the start, and both boats at the committee boat with a lot of time to kill here. So I'd expect to see them both try and keep moving. I think Hyde's on the inside there, and he's going to try and prevent Kemp tacking, but really important that he keeps the speed up the inside.
I think he's in a really good position right now. The object is not to start on time because there are only 2 boats. The object is to force your opponent into a very disadvantaged position and then start whenever. If you start a minute late, it doesn't matter. How much time now?
34 seconds.
As long as you're ahead of them.
I think Josh has done this perfectly. I was about to say that, the tactics are all great, but what it finally comes down to in the last approach is time and distance. And I think Josh Hyde, in this very light wind, has done that perfectly.
Yeah, so we got 18 seconds to go. Josh Hyde probably 5 seconds from the line because there is a bit of a left-hand shift at the moment. So he's at the port end where there's a little bit of bias, able to hold out. Daniel Kemp having to build in the dirty wind of Josh Hyde and the committee boat should mean that Josh Hyde's got good control off this start. Although it does look like there's good pressure in the bottom right third of this course. So if Kemp's able to tack and lead out that way, he might be able to come up.
Okay, now let's ask Andy, who's the local yokel and the expert here. Andy, with this wind direction and light air at the moment, kind of 4 or 5 knots, which side of the course do you like? And then I'm going to go to Jeffrey Peterson on our roving boat and ask him the same.
Yeah, I'd go left in this kind of stuff. There'll be a lot of left. Some of the puffs, there's a little more breeze on the left-hand side, and you'll get some shifts. So I wouldn't go right yet.
Later in the afternoon, maybe you'd go right?
Maybe later in the afternoon, depending if the wind gets around to 220, 230, 240, then the right starts to become a good place.
Okay, let's go to Jeffrey Peterson, who is our 4th commentator. You might call him a sideline commentator in football or basketball, but he's also an expert with us here on the roving boat. JP, which side of the track do you like and why?
Yeah, I think I'm liking the left side of the track as well. Just looking up wind near the right side of the course, it's still patchy. It hasn't filled in yet. There's a lot of holes on the race course right now. And so for me, it's less of a go left or go right, more of sailing more breeze than the other guy. That's more of the strategy. When it's this early in the day, this fluky with the marine layer still here, it's less about, you don't want to be taking big splits on the chance that a lefty might come. It's really just about staying in more pressure.
Andy, just quickly, what's the marine layer? Because we've got another match underway, Callahan-Vesterland. Tell us about the marine layer and what that...
Yeah, generally in Southern California in the summer, a thick layer of clouds, very low clouds, envelops the beach and the coast early in the day. Then the land heats up. The water is still very cold here. The land heats up and it starts to build the breeze. So as I said earlier, this is very much what we call a thermal breeze, or as Tom said, it's a sea breeze, and it's all thermal rather than isobaric.
Matt Whitfield, it's Callahan and Vesterland in the second flight of this second match, I should say, of this Flight 20 in the round-robin phase of the 58th Governor's Cup.
Yeah, so you've got Callahan at the port entry with the blue flag out the back in boat 10. Vesterlind boat 9, the starboard entry boat. So 2:38 to go. So they've been in the dial-up for about a minute and a half here. Vesterlind, once they're going backwards, Vesterlind's kind of a give-risk boat because he's the windward boat and there's a reverse flow, so it's hard to initiate and get going back forwards. So he bails out, and Callahan does a really good job of speed building from that reverse to get to leeward and maybe even be able to hold him out for a little bit.
We should say that Theo Vesterlind has really shown up for this week. He had less experience in match racing and has done incredibly well. He's like the Jeffrey Peterson of this year as far as downwind ability to pass boats. But he's doing great. But he needs this race if he is to have any chance of making the semifinals.
And he is sailing in boat number...
He's in boat 9, Callahan boat 10.
Thank you. And Theo, they say Theo in Swedish. His mom and dad are here. His younger brother's here. And his older brother, Marius, who will join us at some point on the commentary, is also a Gov Cup alum. And Theo is sailing with Emil Wolfgang and Aiden Iakonis, I believe it's pronounced, from the Royal Gothenburg in Swedish Yacht Club. And, of course, the Callahan team we mentioned earlier is sailing with, that's Justin Callahan from the Biscayne Bay Yacht Club down in Florida, also the Harvard sailing team with Ollie Lloyd and Harry Strum.
So they got 1:05 to go. They're maybe 20 seconds from the committee boat here. So Callahan with time to burn, but in a really good controlling position here. He's going to be able to sail the boats away from the line, get it slow, get going long distance, and then Vesterlind is going to have to inevitably luff up and be controlled by Callahan with a tight leeward here. Really good job by Callahan and his team showing why they're 19-0.
What a gorgeous day.
Yeah.
Who's leading in that first match, Ken?
That's a great shot. So you can see the committee boat, and you can see that yellow buoy to the left. That is the starting line.
30 seconds to go. So
still early.
Callahan with a couple of seconds to burn, but he's going to be able to really run in fast whenever he needs to. So going to be a tight leeward start. But Vesterlind done a really good job in the last 45 seconds of bringing this game into the start line.
Indeed. No, Teo's going to be, he has one more year at least, I think, and Teo's going to be back next year. I can almost guarantee it.
Well, you're on the selection committee.
Well, yeah, but I'm only one of many, Tom.
So really good job there. Just like we said earlier, just in this light wind, it's really hard to build speed. Speed is king in the pre-start. And Vesterlind just got head to win there, just using a lot of rudder, slow down. Callahan did a good job of just getting the boat fast and potentially gaining a boat length or two in that first 5-10 seconds after the start from hull speed.
So here goes Vesterlind tacking, very nice tack. Justin maybe a little slow off that tack.
Yeah, looked like Justin had a little bit of dirty water there from some boats going round, so really hard for him to get going out of this tack here.
Yeah, he was on port tack before he tacked. He was going really slow.
Okay, we got the leader up in that first first match. Hyde is leading Kemp, and by a lot. And Callahan and Vesterlind have just left the line. Who's leading that match, do you think, Matt?
Callahan in a controlling position, but Vesterlind coming out of that tack, he's maintained a slight speed edge. He might be close enough, but here Callahan, if Vesterlind does tack, is able to do a lee bow tack and then either bounce Vesterlind or throw dirty air off onto Vesterlind's boat.
Right.
So
still very close.
Advantage Callahan, but if Vesterlind's got some wheels, he can go.
Well, Vesterlind would try to go very fast now. It looks like he's going slightly higher, and he would be hoping for a slight right shift. He won't need much. If it was to shift 5 or 10 degrees to the right, he probably could tack on to starboard and get Justin. So.
And a must-win match for Vesterlind. He must win this race to continue having a hope of the semifinals.
Okay, let's go to match 3, which is Kirkman and Melchior. Victor Christian Melchior, Anders Vesterholm Lavesen, and Matthias Rossing from the KDY, the Royal Danish Yacht Club, have entered in their match against Michael Kirkman from Bayview Yacht Club in my home state of Michigan. And that is a tough team, Andy, because they have not done quite as well here in their first year as they had hoped, but they are still in the hunt barely for a semifinal spot.
Well, I think the interesting thing, and Tom, I forgot to ask, but Matthias Rossing, I believe, was the skipper in last week's World Championship in Poland. So I found that interesting that Victor is sailing this one and Matthias is crewing for him.
Yep.
And I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, Matthias, I think. But it's pretty interesting.
And Michael Kirkman has sailing with him Peter Joslin and Hamilton Barclay, and I think I mentioned they are representing the esteemed Bayview Yacht Club in Detroit that runs the Bayview or the Detroit Mackinac race every year. In fact, Michael Kirkman just sailed both in the Chicago Mac and the Detroit Mac.
Bayview is an incredible club. I sailed the Canada's Cup trials back there, and it was just wonderful except for the bugs, Tom.
The bugs.
Yep.
It's in Michigan. We call the mosquito the state bird. The great state of Michigan, winter wonderland, I think they call it.
Yep.
So here we've got 1:40 till the start. Here's Melchior jibes round with Kirkman going inside. I think the general rule is when it's light like this, you want to lead back. But a lot of time to burn here. There may be only 25, 30 seconds from the committee boat. So.
Maddie, excuse me, tell us about leading back or trailing.
So if you're leading back, you want to slow the race down so as you come in late, as Andy said earlier. Doesn't matter when you start as long as the other boat starts behind you. So you're able to throw dirty wind down on the other boat, maybe get them hooked or sail them in a long distance. And then the trailing boat is going to do what's called fishtailing, where they basically try and go behind and get an overlap, like Melchior's managed to do there. If Melchior is able to hold that overlap, he gets a controlling position, but as both of them flag.
That is great drone work, guys. Thank you.
The umpires there have given a penalty to Kirkman, so a blue flag has just been flown from that protest. So Melchior getting to leeward and Kirkman coming down on top of him. Then he broke windward leeward rule 11. So really good job there by Melchior just to get that penalty offset. But here Kirkman in a very controlling position with 30 seconds to go. He's able to hold them, pin them. So advantage Kirkman on the start. However, he will be likely having a penalty off the start line.
When you hear the whistles, those are the umpires signaling. They've just signaled a green flag, which means no penalty in that current instance. But in the prior one described by Matt, you can see a blue flag maybe on the umpire boat. That means a penalty has been awarded to the boat that's wearing on their displayed on their leech, the trailing edge of their mainsail, a blue flag. The other one has a yellow flag, and the umpires are in the small rubber boats following around within a few meters through the entire race. And Matt, that means they must take a penalty when, and what is the penalty?
The penalty is a 270-degree turn the wrong way through the wind for that leg. So on an upwind leg, it is a jibe, and on a downwind leg, it is a tack. However, you must cross the line of 90 degrees, so you can't just do a tack on a downwind and not bear away again. So you do have to continuously swing from head to wind down. So you can take that at any point in time whenever you want to, unless you have two, and then you must do one immediately. So generally people, if they're ahead, will try and extend enough and take a penalty at the finish or earlier, should they be able to.
Hyde still leading in that first match. Callahan leading in the second. Is that right, Ken?
Callahan is just being rolled by Westerlind. Westerlind rolling over the top with the yellow spinnaker on the jibe. So Callahan led to the top and Westerlind overtaking now.
This is not the first time we've seen that, is it? I mean, Matt, you weren't here, but I was out there and Tom was out there yesterday. He's the 2025 Jeffrey Peterson.
You predicted he's so quick downwind. That is Westerlind.
He really is. And, you know, we always said that the Jeffrey Peterson reference was that, you know, we've said for the last few years, the worst place you ever want to be is 2 boat lengths ahead of Jeffrey Peterson at the weather mark. We lost me, I think.
Yes, so here, these 2 boats going downwind here, yellow kite of Westerlind, purple kite of Callahan, do have to jibe to get into the leeward mark here. So Callahan just trying to build speed, so as whenever Westerlind goes for a jibe, he's going to try and do that roll straight back. But Westerlind doing a really good job of extending low and fast here. His spinnaker looks like it's much more powered up, driving down and driving forwards.
Yeah, I think Teo can do whatever he wants here. He can jibe pretty easily in front of, you know, what Teo was saying, Tom, we talked to him yesterday, and, you know, I said, why are you so fast downwind? He says, I don't really know. He says, we use asymmetrical chutes most of the time. This is new for me. He says, it must be the crew.
What's the difference, Andy, between an A sail or an asymmetrical and an S sail, a symmetrical spinnaker?
The asymmetrical goes out generally on a bowsprit and is asymmetrical. It is not equal on both sides. The symmetrical spinnakers that we use require jibing with a spinnaker pole, etc. So it's a little different deal. But in match racing, the tactics are much better if you use symmetrical chutes. Otherwise, the boats have to go on such acute angles. It's very hard to pass another boat.
Yeah, you can get on the wind. You can blanket the yacht ahead with these spinnakers. Matt, take us through the gate here.
So they have to go inside and out, turning round one of them. So Vesterland, basically being ahead, is going to choose to go whichever mark he thinks is biased and has the best pressure upwind. We've just seen a massive right-hand shift whilst they've been on this downwind. You can see that angle from Callahan is almost perpendicular to the gate. With this light pressure and right-hand shift, Vesterland comes around, and I would expect to see him try and get onto starboard as soon as possible. Because Callahan can choose to follow or go for a split. Looks like he's going for a split here, so as he does less of a turn, and then he's going to try and get some separation and hope that the wind goes back left and he's able to gain back in.
Boy, that was really impressive. Jeffrey, how much of that did you see?
Yeah, we were following the entire downwind here on the transom of Westerland and Callahan, and one thing I noticed is the pole height difference between the trimmers. Justin Callahan and their team, Andy, you had mentioned that Theo's kite looked a lot healthier, and I think that was a product of their topping lift height. So on the pole, the higher you pull the clew, the less pressure you put on the luff of the sail. And in certain conditions, you want to raise it and lower it. And I think Justin and his team running a little too low of a pole and really strapping out that kite and stalling it out, which not only allowed Theo to roll him, but then extend once after the roll and kind of left Justin scratching his head. But I do think that Theo maybe should have tacked a little sooner here now. Like both boats sailing out to this left-hand side of the race course on starboard, but Theo has managed to give Justin a little bit of leverage. And if you know anything about Justin Callahan, you don't want to give him any leverage. The kid is a shift-picking wizard. You know, usually when he's splitting, I'm always, as coach, I've been like, oh man, I don't really like that, and then he's always managed to come back ahead. So I let him do his thing when it comes to that regard. But we'll see how this one plays out.
Well, I agree with you, though. You and I think, agree on this, that when we have a lead, we don't care how much the lead is. We just want to protect it. And splitting is, but I think Justin came out of that pretty slowly. I think he had not a lot of breeze out there, and so we'll see.
I think Callahan's had a much higher angle out on starboard tack. He's been 15, 20 degrees higher than Vesterland, so the gauge has come down. So they've been similar hull speed, but Vesterland has just come down to Callahan's line, so real close here.
Matt, when you use the word gauge, explain.
The lateral separation, so the
distance side to side.
Yeah.
Okay, we got another match underway. The boat's entering in the pre-start. This is, thanks for that, Jeffrey. That was very good, very helpful.
So just off the line, you have Pinckney and his.
As I was about to say, we've got Pinckney and Nichols going forward. Morgan Pinckney from the Newport Harbor Yacht Club, Cam Spriggs, Kelly Holtis, and Alice Schmidt racing against the other. This is a nice cross-harbor rivalry. Sienna Nichols, her sister, twin sister, Maddie Nichols, Eddie Kleem, and Kai Brennan.
So Morgan Pinckney and his team kind of won that start, led off the pin end with a lot of hull speed going left here, forcing Nichols was a little bit over the line with 20 seconds to go and had to come back down. So good job by Pinckney, who is splitting out left. Nichols and her team have tacked to go right, and Pinckney is continuing to extend left. So taking a bit of risk here, he must think there's some pressure out there.
You know what Jeffrey said earlier, I think it's exactly right. We can see there are some shifts here, but we can also see a huge number of flat spots where basically the wind doesn't hit the water, and so we call it glassy, and it looks like glass. And there are a lot of those, and I think that may be more important until the wind picks up a little more than the shifts. You just got to sail in breeze.
So Nichols extending out to the right is in a lot more pressure than Pinckney. Pinckney's been going real slow with all of his weight down to leeward, whereas Nichols has had a little bit of weight to windward going fast forwards mode out to this right-hand side with a big separation. So it'll be interesting to see how they come back. Looking at the Callahan-Vesterland race at the top, there's not a lot of pressure on the top left at the moment.
Back on the Callahan match, Callahan and Vesterland. Maybe we go to Jeffrey and give us an update from our roving reporter, Jeffrey Peterson.
Yeah, we're just approaching the top mark here. Westerland and team about 5 boat lengths to the weather mark, and Callahan, you know, I think he's close enough to attack. In this light of air, you need to if you're within 4 boat lengths, you can still catch the boat in front of you. The wind shadow is so like casts such a big effect on the trailing or on the lead boat here. So as a trailing boat, you know, on a final run, I always like to be the trailing boat on a final run because it comes down to the roll. But we'll see how the sets go. The set could make or break the race for Westerland here. A bad set could bring Justin Callahan just in close enough reach for him to do the same thing he did on the run before.
Crew again. But, you know, Teo has had a great crew here, Tom. I think they've done a great job. And he knows now, after the last couple of days, he knows I'm fast downwind. Yeah, perfect set.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's going to be very hard for Justin to catch him. But you never know. But now, especially, Jeffrey, don't you think you got to watch for the flat spots?
Absolutely. And I'm not sure I necessarily agree with this early jibe by Team Westerland here. It's a downspeed maneuver they had just set and hadn't really even got settled. And now Justin Callahan and team matching that jibe, and we've got ourselves a sailboat race.
Yeah, I agree with you. But Justin's chute still hasn't really filled.
This is true, but this angle is so lifted on starboard that there's so many opportunities for Callahan to make jibes and get on Westerland's breeze here.
No, you're right. Now he has a nice puff.
Yeah, with the long jibe here is port jibe, so a lot of time for Callahan to try and get over the top once they go for this jibe.
Yeah, we'll see if he gets it here. From my looks, he's not far enough forward to actually be affecting Westerland's breeze here. So I think Justin's going to need to start thinking about doing it on the other jibe when they approach their final jibe into the finish line.
You can see the diagram on the screen there, which shows the effect of the wind shadow and where you have to be to throw bad air down onto the other boat. And now, you know, Teo is starting to go about the same speed as Justin. And here goes Teo jibing. And Justin will have to follow. Justin's objective here is to make the race as long as possible, to keep dragging the lead boat up so they have a number of jibes, because if you blow a jibe in this breeze, it's going to be a worry.
Boy, it's light. How much breeze is there, Jeff?
I would say it's a max of 3 knots right now on this downwind run. It's very light and fickle out here. Yeah, and you can see Westerland, like, that's the difference of one jibe. Justin Callahan and team were jibing in relatively the same pressure, and Westerland has just managed to motor away. You hook into one little puff, and he's lower and faster than Team Callahan here, and that's how patchy it is. The boats were maybe 3 boat lengths apart, and one ended up in a completely different breeze than the other.
Yep. But the boats could race in this.
Absolutely.
How would you like to do this Jeffrey, how would you like to do this in a sonar?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't do it at all. I would refuse. I don't. This would be the kind of day if we were selling sonars, you wouldn't leave the dock.
Oh.
Yeah,
well, with all due respect to Bruce Kirby, who designed the sonar, he also designed the laser, so he's redeemed.
The sonar's not a bad boat. It's just got to be blowing 25 knots.
Very good, Jeffrey.
So with Westerland extending away here, he's able to run down to the finish, does have a jibe in. Looks like he's just been able to pick up a little bit of pressure here. His spinnaker's just pulling crew weight going up and being able to bear away. There's such little gusts here that he's hoping he's able to get into the next bit and just keep his boat going. It's really tough for Callahan from this distance because he's too far back now to be able to affect Westerland's breeze. He needs to find some other pressure from somewhere and try and get a big gain through a wind shift or big gust.
Jeffrey, my sense is that, just as we were saying in the last leg, that the spinnaker trim on Westerland's boat is pretty much perfect, and quite often on Justin's it's not.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been a difference on this race for sure of the trim between the two boats. You know, I think Callahan and team maybe just struggling a little bit to get warmed up and jibing as well as the Westerland team is. And I really think it's a big product of this pole height. I think that's been a major factor of this run.
Yep.
You know, Justin Callahan's, the luff of his kite is just too tight, making the angle of attack really tricky for them to they catch any wind for that matter. I mean, there's not a lot of wind on the race course as it stands now, and if you make the sail a little bit harder to catch wind, you're doing yourself even further disservice.
Yep. Well said.
Well, gentlemen, and Commodores, I should say, ladies and gentlemen, to our audience, worldwide audience on YouTube and Facebook, we've got an interesting situation here with Teo, I'm not sure which is correct, Westerlund from Sweden has beaten and delivered the first defeat to Justin Callahan, who's been, he's on a win streak of 19-0 up till now. And this was a must-win, wasn't it, Matt Whitfield?
For Teo.
For Teo Westerlund.
Must-win, and in the other race that affects another race that affects him with Morgan Pinkney. Morgan Pinkney's behind, so keeping the dream alive for Westerlund. So Pinkney is on his first downwind and is right able to try and get a roll in. So he may be able to change that, but right now Westerlund doing everything he can do.
And that is Pinkney in boat 5 with the gray kite ahead and to windward of his opponent.
Sienna Nichols and her
Sienna
team.
Nichols of the Balboa Yacht Club in boat 4 with the blue kite. We say kite, meaning that's down under language for spinnaker, and it's the white kite with the blue stripe. Now we got him in shot.
Morgan's in a bit of downwind jail, meaning he's outside. I don't think they aren't laying the gate, and so he will have to jibe at some point on to port. Sienna will be on starboard, so he is in a little bit of, he has fewer options, let's put it that way, than Sienna does.
Although one thing that you do note is that Sienna's main is very close to her spinnaker, yet Morgan's kite is projected out a lot more. So that should mean he's able to get a little bit more boat speed. So if he can get that boat speed and get the cross, he leaves jail, and that's what he needs to do right now.
I don't think he can do it right now. But we'll see. No, she's actually got, and there's a Simo jibe, so she'll jibe right on top of him and preserve the advantage of when they do go back to the mark, she'll be on starboard again.
So I think they're laying this right-hand turn gate now. With this right-hand shift, the right-hand gate, the left-hand turn is definitely a lot favored at the moment. So Nichols just saying, I want to lead to this next bit, and she gained on the last beat by going the right-hand side. So wants to come back for a bit more over here.
So let's just, as they go through the gate, this is the end of leg 2. They're headed back upwind for leg 3 and then the final run to the finish. Andy, just speculate a little bit here. The implications if Morgan loses this and Westerlund wins another one, that could change the semifinal picture.
It could, but I think the fourth place boat right now is Cole Tapper.
Yes.
And so I think if he was losing a race, then it could really get interesting.
So Morgan on third place, you think, is more or less assured, even if he loses to Sienna.
I think so. Oh boy, sorry guys, it's getting really light. That we've seen many more holes. What I was talking about a moment ago, the glassy area of the sea where the wind is not hitting the ground and ruffling it. There are a lot more, Matt, don't you think, than there were just 15, 20 minutes ago?
Yeah, this breeze, as it's dropped, it's gone big time right and just really, really light. Massive patches with no wind and very few patches with decent wind. So really good if you're behind, because it means there's chance to gain.
Yep.
Because if a boat's doing 1 knot and you get an extra knot of pressure, you might increase the boat speed by 1 knot, and then you're able to go and double the speed. So, really, really, really good if you're behind. You've got chances to overtake here, but very stressful if you're ahead.
It's amazing that, we keep complimenting ourselves on the boats, but these boats really can perform in this kind of breeze.
There are other boats that would be dead in the water.
Yep.
On the match race circuit and otherwise. So a brilliant job by you, Andy, raising, not that I need to pat you on the back, but you and your team that have raised the money for 2 now editions of these Gov Cup boats, the 21s and now the 22s. And Staff Commodore Alan Andrews of the Balboa Yacht Club, you once again commissioned to design these boats, and you say this is his?
I think it's his. I, with my partners Tom Purcell and Greg Newman and Dan Thompson, have a 50-footer that Alan designed, which they just got second in class in the Transpac race. Great boat. We love it. I think this is Alan's best design.
Even better than It's Okay?
Yeah, for the design brief, we gave him. We said we want to be able to have races in 4 or 5 knots of breeze, but we also want them to perform in a breeze. I think he perfectly met all those design briefs.
So here we've got Kirkman, again, same as Vesterland. He's in a must-win match here, leading down this final run against Melchior. Melchior right on his tail, so they have a jibe into the finish here, so potentially something can change, but Melchior here trying to stay close, and probably going to be a Simo jibe, try and get the roll. Kirkman trying to extend, and if Kirkman gets faster than Melchior, that's the time he needs to go for the jibe.
Andy, we talked about Kirkman being from Michigan, a little bit about his team, but I was very impressed this morning in the morning show with Melchior. This is hotting up here, and as you said, Matt, there may be a change, but I was impressed with his maturity, his enthusiasm, his knowledge of
look at this.
racing.
Nice luff. Nice luff. The boat on the left is the leeward boat. The windward boat must stay clear. The leeward boat must give them an opportunity to stay clear, but that's all. And if there's any contact between the sails, then the windward boat, the boat to your right, will incur a penalty. So really good. He was getting caught a little bit, so he went into a luff. Now, that's the downside of that, is if the windward boat gets his spinnaker full, you can what we call roll them.
Yeah, you could see in that second luff just the wind went out of Kirkman's sails and his hull speed went. Melchior able to start getting over the top. Now they're still above the ley line for the pin end, so they do have another jibe in. So here Kirkman needs to build up and try and get back in. And
Kirkman's starting to equal his speed, but it took a while.
And the umpires green flagged that luff incident. I saw
there was
that.
no contact, so I think that's exactly right.
And when Kirkman flew the flag at the whole time, Melchior's bow was high. He was turned away from Kirkman. So all fair. There is smart from Kirkman not to touch him there because he risks taking a penalty, whereas if he doesn't touch him, there's no way he's going to get penalized. And as well, it helps stop stressing Andy out, which always helps.
You mean because of boat contact and having to repair the boats?
Exactly, and potentially damage and getting docked points, which, in his situation, in a must-win race, he needs to not risk losing half a point.
But that's a lead change, eh, guys?
Yep. It is indeed. Yeah, I think, Matt, I think it's Melchior. He said I believe you said
Melchior,
it's a German name.
And I checked with my Danish friends. Now, there was a penalty owed in that match. Is that right, guys? And Melchior owed the penalty? Kirkman, but he managed to erase that penalty. He did his loop up at the top mark, you say?
Yeah, so Kirkman got rid of his penalty, so this is just a straight. Who's through the line right now?
Here's the last jibe in. Well, good for Melchior, but close. A few feet. That's what we like about match racing.
Well, not to extend this whole patting everyone's back about these boats, but it's amazing to see such close, interesting match racing in these boats, even in, tell me what, 4 knots of breeze.
Yeah, yep. But let's hope we get a little more in the next race.
Well, Bobby Steele told us this morning, our local weather guru, and I also have heard from Mark Michelson that they are expecting 6 to 8 this afternoon.
That'd be great.
But not much of a right swing,
right?
Although we've had a bit of one. As we're watching now, Sienna Nichols come downhill in her match against Crosstown Harbor rival Morgan Pinckney.
Yeah,
Morgan is with the gray chute.
Yeah, Nichols leading on the downwind here. They've become intertwined with the
Nichols
Tapper
in
race.
the gray chute and Pinckney in the red chute, right?
No.
So I beg your pardon. Thank you.
Pinckney is on the left-hand side as you're looking upwind, coming across on starboard, and Nichols is out off the left of your shot. The next kite over with the white, blue, white. In shot, you've got Tapper from his race against his other race, which is against Fong. Tapper leading downwind, and Nichols also leading on this final downwind.
Boy, man, I think she has a big lead.
She does have a big lead.
This is not close. She's, Jeffrey calls her the teenage assassin, and I tell you, she has not had, she's not going to be a semifinalist. But, boy, she's had some moments, and she's 16 years old. She has 6 more Governor's Cup.
Let's go out to Jeffrey Peterson on the roving boat, who is following the Pinckney-Nichols match.
Yeah, this, I think Sienna and team found a really nice piece of right pressure out here on the right side. Morgan with the big split. And, we talk about this a lot of times in this light air. We talked about it at the beginning of the day before we got racing underway. Big splits are just too risky when it's this light and fickle. You never know what you're going to get. You could be blessed by the hand of God, or you could be struck right back down to earth. And I think Sienna and her team just doing a really nice job of going straight and going fast, and found a beautiful piece of pressure.
So for the Newport Beach Championship, on this one race, Sienna wins.
Do we know who won in the first round robin between these two? Maybe our crack spotters can check that for us.
Morgan did.
They're checking. Nice shot of Morgan, who's going to lose this match. Morgan won in the first round robin, we're told, by, who's that? Ryan Davidson. And Ken Sherb, our crack spotters here. It's a bit of a five-ring circus out here, as you can tell, as we sometimes get it wrong, but not very often, thanks to our spotters.
Indeed. Yeah, we are trying to cover a six-ring circus, basically, for these the remainder of the rounds robin. It gets a little easier for us once it gets into the semis and the finals, and we only have to focus on 2 flights of 2 each. Come on, wind.
If you're just joining us, it is race day 4. It's Saturday here in Newport Beach, California, on a gorgeous Chamber of Commerce day. But, Andy, I don't think we'd quite call it champagne racing conditions.
No, this is more like $2 chuck.
This is cheap wine. It's a little soft. It's a little light, but it's still raceable. And we've seen lead changes. We've seen great tactical maneuvers. Good stuff.
Yes, so we've in this light pressure here, the wind's gone big time right, big time left. That's meant that these last 2 races are pretty separated out, with C leading from Leddy. C on the final downwind, Leddy still going upwind, and Tapper a long way ahead on his second beat, with Fong trailing that race.
6 matches, 12 teams, actually 12 teams from 6 countries. A terrific field here for the 58th edition of the oldest youth match racing championship in the world, certainly the most prestigious, the Governor's Cup. The Cup donated, Andy, back in 1967.
67. By
the then governor of California, who went on to become President Reagan of the United States.
Ronald Reagan.
How did that happen?
Tom Purcell, my boat partner's parents, Chet and Glee Purcell. Chet was invited by a client or something to go to the Congressional Cup. They started 2 years ahead of us, and he went, and he immediately came back and he said, he had Tom and me and all us kids. He said, why don't we should do a youth version of this. And that's exactly what happened. And he managed to get the governor to do the deed of gift, and the rest is history. 58 years later, I think he and Glee are looking down going, not bad, guys. This is pretty amazing.
But, we should also say that the kids love this regatta. There is so much you watch around the breakfast table this morning, or around the dinner tables last night when they're eating their Mexican dinner, was last night's big thing that Christine Gribben, the table she put on, the food she put on for the crowd. General Manager Russell, remind me your GM at the club, our GM at Balboa Yacht Club.
Russell Miller.
And his team, Sarah Placeres, who's the F&B, the events manager, and everyone from the general manager through the entire staff are so helpful, so nice, so proper. And the kids come here, they're relaxed, they're helping each other, they're coaching, they're asking each other questions. There's no angst, or if you do, it's all buried pretty deep. Very little animosity. And Jeffrey, I think you're part of that reason. You're the Pied Piper. And the reason that I think a lot of the teams are so helpful with each other, so compatible, and it's an amazing atmosphere, isn't it, Jeff? We're getting Jeffrey up here on the We're getting Jeffrey up here on the roving boat. He didn't hear that. Did he not hear my whole screed? He was talking with somebody else. We'll get back to him.
I'm listening now, Tom, if you need me.
We were just saying what a great atmosphere it is here at Balboa Yacht Club year in and year out, among not only the thanks to Russell Miller and his staff and all of the volunteers, some 150 volunteers that Christine Gribben has on her committee, but also the atmosphere among the competitors. And you're a part of that, Jeffrey, because I see you helping not only 3 teams as official coach, but unofficially really helping all the teams.
Yeah, you know, that's the greatest thing about match racing, in my opinion, that you don't find in other disciplines, that everyone is so friendly. You spend so much time together, and internationally and domestically. You know, we've got people, you know, sailing for different countries just because they've managed to make those friendships, and they last a long time. And the atmosphere with all the volunteers really make this regatta something that's quite special. And I don't think you find a community quite like this one. And, you know, even that's why I come back as a coach, is just because it's a great opportunity to be around good people.
We have 2 matches still on the track, right?
So one of the matches it's with Dylan C. He's just taken the win there and crossed the finish line. Letty, who he's racing, is just coming down the final downwind. And then on the downwind as well, in the blue kite, we got Cole Tapper, one of the potential semi-finalists, with a big lead over the red kite of Fong. So he should be able to wrap that one up. He's got 100 yards into the finish and on the ley line pretty much to get in, so he should be picking up the point that he needs to get in. He needs to win, I think, 2 races it is today, so he's got one of those 2. So Westerland still in with a hunt of trying to overtake him, and he'll be matched on wind with Pinckney.
Dylan C., another representative, Andy, of the Newport Harbor Yacht Club here in Newport Beach, sailing with Dylan Garcia, Tyler Wood, and Amelia Neumann, representing, as I said, Newport Harbor Yacht Club. And they've been in the middle of the pack. He's like you, Andy, a Stanfordite. You having graduated, a few years back, and he's going into what, his junior? Sophomore year. He won the Rose Cup, the United States Youth National Match Racing Championship here, 4 or 5 weeks ago. Here we covered that on Gov Cup TV. It was hosted by Balboa Yacht Club. Next year, the Rose Cup goes to Sewanaka Corinthian Yacht Club in Long Island Sound. They are racing Adam Letty, Evan Smith, and Ben Lumley of Ireland of the Greystones Sailing Club. You and I both have had the chance to have lunch, spend some time with those guys. They're not doing well, but they're learning a lot and having a blast.
Yeah, I think, looking at their tactics, they're, sort of right in there, but their boat speed, I think they are obviously struggling with this boat and this kind of conditions. But again, this is the first time they've ever done this, so it's it's a different thing. It's very difficult to jump into a boat that you've never sailed and compete against people who have sailed the boat.
And this final match, Matt, that we're watching coming in?
Yeah, Tapper in the blue kite, just on starboard jibe, going to just do his final jibe into the finish pretty soon. Obviously, he has sailed these boats a hell of a lot and has really good boat handling in them. So I definitely think that it's obvious that if you've sailed the boats before, and, for example, Dylan C. has sailed the boats a lot now because he did 5 days, I believe it was, at Rose Cup, and then with the clinic as well and practicing, and then he's also sailed the boats before, sailed the event last year. So, the boat handling when it gets light like this is really key because the boats do respond to good boat handling, and there's a few specific things you need to do.
So, do you start another race in this conditions, Tom?
No. You postpone and wait.
I would say no too.
Because we know the breeze. We hope,
yeah.
But I think I see the AP flag, in fact, has been bent on, as they say in naval circles. That's the red and white striped flag. As we watch.
Well, let's ask Jeffrey what he thinks. Jeffrey, would you start in this stuff?
You know what? I don't think I would.
Turn your mic on. Hold.
Yeah, I think it's just too spotty.
And you can see. Go ahead, Jeff.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, looking up the racetrack, it's just simply too patchy. I'd say more than 50% of the race course is glassed off, and considering how long it took for those races, I wouldn't feel comfortable starting races in this if I were the PRO. I think you'd really like to see a filled in 5 knots, or at least a fully filled in 3 knots with puffs of 5. before you start racing. And you know, the boats can sail like we've seen. They just went around the racetrack, but the goal is anywhere. We try to target 15 to 18 minute races, and you know, when it starts getting into the 25 and 30s, because it's light and sloppy, doesn't make for the best racing sometimes.
I think Don was saying that he needs like 4.8 to start a race. We certainly don't.
Yeah,
we certainly don't.
That
have
sounds
that.
like you're right. Yeah, definitely don't have 4.8 here. I think it'll keep panting. I'm looking up wind, and I don't see Palos Verdes or Catalina yet, so we may have another AP in us for a little bit.
Yep.
Ethan Fong just crossing the finish line with crew Harry McMullen and Hugo, I don't know if they're German, Hugo in German, Hugo perhaps in Kiwi. They represent also, I beg your pardon, they're also representing Australia, right?
Who, Ethan? No,
Ethan
New
Fong,
Zealand.
he is from Royal New Zealand,
Yeah,
Royal New
squadron.
Zealand Yacht Squadron. And just to extend that point a bit, they're going for another sequence, code flag
Oh my
Foxtrot.
Oh my
But
goodness.
just to extend that point, I saw this morning having breakfast together and coaching each other, Josh Hyde's team, who of course is in second place, giving some advice to his fellow club members, Ethan Fong, Harry McMullen, and Hugo McMullen from the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. Nice atmosphere, great racing, even in this lightish air. And Jeffrey, Andy, Matt, I think we were all a bit,
They don't listen to us, Don.
well, I'm not going to call Dr. Don Becker,
No.
who is a superb race officer, and he saw that the racing was pretty darn good despite the lightish conditions. And code flag F, Foxtrot is up. And Matt,
You guys have a dry erase marker, a black dry erase marker?
what are they doing, Matt, to the race course?
I'll come back.
Yeah, so as a result of the drop in pressure, the windward mark has come in a lot shorter. It's maybe half the distance it was before. So the red mark set bod is maybe only 300 yards upwind of the start line, so a lot shorter than kind of the 500, 600, 700 yards it was before. So, you know, it's going to be a short race in terms of distance just to keep these boats going, because these boats can keep on sailing, as we saw, just the distance needs to close down, so it'll be very risky.
Still 4 legs, but shorter legs.
Exactly.
Yeah, this will make this will put even a greater premium on the start, as is normal in match racing.
And there's not a lot of distance to go before you get to the lay line as well, so the boat that leads off the line is going to pretty quickly be able to shut down the trailing boat's options.
Okay, well, here comes the first match in this flight now, number 21, second to last. The penultimate, Andrew, is the
penultimate, absolutely.
as the Anglos might say. This is interesting because it's Vesterland
versus Pinckney.
And Pinckney, and it's really must win, I think, for Pinckney, isn't it?
Must win for Vesterland here, so because Pinckney by proxy wins a point on this one, so Vesterland needs to win to keep his hopes alive, and then he needs to hope that and then he'll be able to overtake, and then hopes Tapper loses a race.
So you think Pinckney's in now regardless?
If Pinckney wins this race.
Well, it is must win for him then.
Or the next race.
Or the next one, okay. But
so that's what I think you're saying, that, you know.
It's important.
Teo could, I mean, he has to. There's no question. The rest is speculative, but Teo has to win this race to have any chance of getting to the semifinals. Stranger things have happened, Thomas Seaman.
Indeed.
So both these boats just about to enter. Pinckney in boat 5, the yellow entry. Boat 9, Vestal in the blue entry. So with this light winds and this dial-up here, it'll take a long time. If Pinckney can get them dialed up, it's going to be a long time to get out and build speed. And so it's really, really important here that Vestalin does a real good job of breaking up this dial-up, because he'll start running out of time in this pre-start.
Yep.
This is almost like you're sailing with a big boat where everything takes longer, like the Catalina 37s they have up in Long Beach, where everything takes a minute to do and another 5 minutes to finish. So
now.
But I hate to say it, but you're right. I always talked about those boats. You turn the helm, and later that same day you tack.
Those boats have served Long Beach Yacht Club and the Congressional Cup and the Ficker Cup very well over the many years, and we get an invitation to the winner of this event from Lisa Meyer, who will be down here on Sunday, tomorrow, at the award ceremony to present that invitation.
Yep, to the Ficker Cup.
To the Gov Cup winner, to the Ficker Cup.
And the winner, of course, and sometimes the first two from the Figure Cup get into the Congressional Cup, which is the granddaddy of them all. As I said earlier, we copied Long Beach Yacht Club's idea. Just made it for an age-limited regatta. And, I sailed like 10 Congressional Cups, and I love Long Beach Yacht Club. Long Beach is just terrific, and the people are terrific.
So here, Pinckney rolling over the top here. Because it's so light winds, he thinks Vesterlin's going to struggle to build speed, and he can just come all the way around with his boat speed and be able to hook him afterwards. Vesterland here needs to get all his crew weight down and try and build speed. Pinckney doing a really good job of keeping that hull speed and going to be able to dial him back up. But it's a real good job for Pinckney here if he can dial up on port tack, because then he is still the leeward boat, so he has less risk on the windward leeward penalties. 2 minutes 10 to go in this pre-start.
Ooh, close.
So there, I think Vesterlin turning, but to avoid. But did he need to turn that much? I'm not sure.
There's got to be a protest on that.
I could see a flag.
I think they did collide there.
Yeah, there was contact, and Vesterland, I think, didn't need to turn as much as that. I think Pinckney will be saying, if you'd have held straight, we would not have touched.
But quite often in that situation, the benefit of the doubt goes to the boat that was turning.
Yeah, and Pinckney came in very close to leeward, and the umpires think Pinckney came in too close with a yellow flag there.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I expect. As I said, those are very close calls, needless to say, but the benefit of the doubt is always going to be with the boat that's trying to avoid.
And then, although Pinckney took the penalty, he still has a controlling position off the start with 1:20 to go. So all is not lost for Pinckney. So green flag penalty there. He tried to flag, saying Vesterland didn't keep clear, but I think there Pinckney just dialing up.
Yeah.
That's just trying to get one offset there.
1 minute. You can see how slow the boats are going here. These are tough conditions. Yeah, you can see Morgan trying to scull, what we call it, continuing pushing the helm over, trying to get the boat to tack.
So here, this is all about how you use your crew weight. There's no real wind, so just being able to use as much of the pump out of these tacks and jibes as possible is going to be key. Pinckney with 28 seconds to go. I think he's early for this committee boat, so he's probably going to have to jibe round or tack round. Vesterlin just going to be able to come in. I think here Pinckney going to be building up late.
Get him, I think.
I think here Vesterlin did a good job being able to do attack and be able to build speed. Pinckney having to do a bigger turn there, I think.
But boy, now if they can just build speed, I mean, Vesterlin just take, come on, boat.
So even starts here. Looks like there's not a lot of pressure on the course. Looks like at the top of the course there is a little bit of dark water on the right-hand side, but it's very, very patchy to get there. So lots of holes to get to that. You can kind of see on the top of your shot the windward marks. There's glass on the left, and there's a few ripples on the right, but there's big holes to get there. There's not a lot. Real good job from Pinckney, though, in building this speed, though.
Yep, well, no question.
Who owes a penalty?
Yeah, so Pinckney realistically needs to be about 4 or 5 boat lengths ahead to get this offset done. So he either wants to extend here, or if he can't extend far enough, then he's going to slow down and try and force Vesterland into offsetting a penalty, so causing a penalty back.
Yeah, I think 4 or 5 boat lengths is not quite enough in this really light. So we'll see.
Yeah, I think 4 or 5 boat lengths would be pretty close.
Yep.
Matt, they often do it right at their penalty. They take the loop, and sometimes even around the pin end of the finish line. Why is that?
So you want to do it. You can do it at any point on the race, doing it as late as you can, because then you don't need to set your spinnaker again. However, one thing that is different with these mark set bots compared to the old, smaller pin end.
Hang on. Let's talk about the mark set bots in a moment, but let's come back to that, because that's an interesting development as well.
But the mark set bots, you have to circle round, and it's a big circumference, so you can't spin around. So a lot of people are trying to do it at the committee boat now, just to try and it's a little bit less of a circle you can turn on a sixpence there. Not
circling the committee boat, but doing a loop right in front of the committee boat. Now let's go to the mark set bots, because these are robotic marks made in Detroit, Michigan. They tow them out here to the race course because it's a bit of a distance through the cotton out from, how many miles from the cut are we out here on the so-called school course, Andy?
Oh, we're probably a mile and a half.
Mile and a half. But once they get out here, they actually, those marks are self-propelled. They have a little engine that turns 360 degrees more or less, and they steer them, they run them with an iPhone or an iPad app.
Yeah, it's we always thought, Tom, if you actually look at them, they actually are quite large, and they have a big open area in the middle where all the instruments are. But you could put a person in there.
We could stick.
So we thought for our coverage that we should just stick a camera person in there.
Jeffrey Peterson in there. Yeah. Well, they are cool because once they don't have to be anchored. That's the other big advantage. Once they're there, they can be maneuvered around, but they also can be left on station by GPS, and they relocate. They self-locate, and it's very interesting. An interesting technological development in our sport. They're being used all over the place. Sail GP, the club owns a few and leases, rents a few for this regatta, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You know, Dr. Don Becker has been PRO at this and other regattas for a long time, and initially he was not terribly pleased with this idea.
He was not.
But the last couple of years, and he told me again today, he says, I'm starting to like that.
Well, even in this light breeze, we have a close match, Matt.
Yeah, Pinckney got the good start, extended a couple of boat lengths, but then Vesselin turned on the afterburners and been able to come higher and faster back in. But with this short race course, Pinckney was able to hold out to the ley line here. So Pinckney to leeward should be able to lead around this mark, but he looks like he's on a thin ley line here. So if he has to tack, then potentially Vestelin's going to have advantage. Pinckney maybe be down speed at some point. Those waves he's going through, not ideal for him right now, but if he can lay this mark, he'll be happy. But as we saw last time, Vestelin's very quick downwind.
Yep.
Would you want him 2 boat lengths behind you? Nope. I don't think so.
Nope. Have you sailed in Gothenburg, man?
I've never sailed in Gothenburg.
Nor
No.
have I. I wonder what the wind conditions generally like.
It can be. I've sailed there. I've umpired there, both there and up the bigger, more popular places, of course, up in Marstrand, up the coast. It can be very breezy or it can be light, but as they come into the top mark, I think we have to keep bearing in mind this penalty, which could have a lot to do with the outcome of this race. Morgan in the lead now.
Looks like he's going to lay.
He's going to lay, but he owes a penalty. He's got to do a loop. Will he try to offset it here? No, he's going to bear away and set his kite.
Ooh.
So he's going a little slowly because he had to pinch what we call, which is sail too high into the wind than you would prefer. And look at immediately, just a brilliant set on Teo's, with the Teo's Swedish team. Brilliant.
So here, Vestelin in an interesting position where if he gets overlapped, he risks being stuck in get ahead, he can sail away. So interesting move. Like some people would like to stay 1 or 2 boat lengths behind. Some people would try and go for the overtake. Be interested to see what Vestelin does here.
Yeah, I think Morgan was going so slowly when he hit the mark that I think he was, because he was pinching, he was going slowly. So Vestelin immediately was able to gain back about a boat length and a half. So this is as close as it gets, folks.
Matt, what does Pinckney want to do to extend his lead by, you said, 4 or 5, maybe 6 boat lengths in order to take the penalty sometime in the remaining 3 legs?
Yeah, Pinckney here either wants to try and find a little bit of separation and try and be able to get into some gusts that Vestelin doesn't do, or sail fast. We saw on that last beat and on the previous race, the downwind, Vestelin looks pretty fast. So here Pinckney's gonna have to try and find a bit of pressure, I think.
Here goes Pinckney with the jibe. So Vestelin will do, we call it simo jibe, or simultaneous jibe. And looks like he came out a little, both good jibes. Both good jibes. And Morgan has a little bit of a puff here.
Yeah, so here in this light winds, if you get down speed, you can you can compound your gains. So you can go from 1 boat length loss can quickly become 3 or 4, which that's risky for being behind from Vestelin. Obviously, he's trying to stay close, but it is going to be tough for him to stay in this whole race.
Yep.
Vestelin, as we mentioned, is from Sweden. GKSS, the Royal Gothenburger, Göteborg in Swedish. Sailing Society is what roughly the SS translates to. Theo Westerland, Theo Westerland, Emil Wolfgang, and Aiden that boat, and then of course Morgan Pinkney from the Newport Harbor Yacht Club with Cam Spriggs, Kelly Holtis, and Alice Schmidt.
And all of those crews doing a great job. The last 2 or 3 jobs, both have been great.
If anything, gentlemen, it's gotten lighter.
It has. There's a little bit of pressure coming down, though, which Pinkney should be able to get to soon.
Yeah, one of our crack spotters, Ryan Davidson, just said the wind has shifted right, which is true. So the good news is it shifted right because that's the direction we'd prefer. Bad news, it is, I agree with Tom, it's as light or lighter. Yeah, really nice rounding by Morgan Pinkney.
So they have been sent to a different mark. They've been sent to the yellow mark now of this Pinkney race for this second beat, which is located to the right to back up that right-hand shift. So Pinkney here got a lot of port to go on this, so he's extending into the new pressure here. Real good boat speed for him right now.
Yeah, and Teo did not get up to speed before that tack. And in this kind of condition, that is not good.
It's good if you're Morgan.
It is good if you're Morgan. And he's coming up. He looks like he's going a little higher than Morgan. Oh, he's on, yeah. Teo's on a nice little puff here.
Nice work by the race committee. As Matt mentioned, they've set a new windward mark. It's a yellow one, and you heard maybe the 3 horns, the multiple horns, and code flag C, Charlie, down here at the bottom end of the course, indicating to the competitors that the course has been changed, and they're now going to this new windward mark, which is more aligned up and downwind with the new wind direction that Ryan Davidson has pointed out has gone right.
Oh, my, look at this. Teo has had his own little wind streak here, and I might have continued that. But he is, yeah, Morgan can't even cross him. And great tack by Teo and his team. So now it's back to a traditional match race, Tom.
I think Morgan had right of way. He was on starboard tack, and he could have probably crossed, but I think he's protecting the right, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't think he could have crossed and covered. That was my point.
Correct.
I think he could have crossed, but he had to make a conscious decision
I think
to go left.
I think here the thing that you're going to see is Pinkney is not far enough away to offset his penalty by doing a turn, so he might try and slow down at the top mark. He might try and lay a mark trap and try and bait Vesterland into coming around.
And get a penalty on Vesterland.
Or force them both to do the penalty, force Vesterland to do a exonerating penalty with Pinkney so he can do it.
Well, Pinkney gained slightly on that, not much, but probably a half boat length. And now he'll be tacking. He can't quite get on Vesterland's breeze, but close, close enough. So Vesterland tacking away again. Boy, this is so, Tom, you sail into one little puff of breeze here, and it changes the whole thing. So that's why when it's light like this, you do the best tactics and you just get in a hole.
Well, there's the mark, the yellow mark on kind of the upper left corner of the screen, and it does look more like, to me at least, more pressure to the right. Do we have Jeffrey on the we don't have Jeffrey at the moment.
Yeah, it does look like Pinkney's extending into the pressure. Vesterland's having to tack through a massive angle with this real light pressure. You can see how low he is relative to Pinkney. So has Pinkney gained a bit there? It looks like he has.
So.
Probably not enough, though.
And Vesterland isn't laying, so he's got at least 2 more tacks.
Now, when you say laying, that means being able to sail straight to the mark without doing any more tacks. And he is clearly, his line is below the yellow mark.
This is the reverse of what we saw a minute ago when Teo was coming up on starboard tack much higher. And now we're seeing the reverse, which is that Morgan is sailing much higher. And Teo just hasn't gotten his speed up since that tack. I mean, he's in another hole, I think.
One thing, Teo has always had his bowman up on the front, which might be why he's able to go a bit faster upwind, just getting the big wide transom out of the water a little bit more. So
still close,
Here, Pinkney a boat length ahead with, so probably he's going to try and slow here. You see he's going for the little tack here. Vesterland's, but essentially Morgan Pinkney wants to get inside overlap to this mark and then control the zone and lay a mark trap like you'd see normally in team racing, with the aim of hooking Vesterland on either side and being able to offset penalties or be able to do his own penalty and force Vesterland to do it with him.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Okay, now he's going down for the mark, and here comes Vesterland. This is great racing, guys.
This is fascinating.
It really is. Vesterland, of course, wants to stay away from him. Just stay close to him, but stay away from him so he can avoid that penalty. But that's what Pinckney is trying to do, and that's one of the, team racing and match racing, a fairly unique thing, is that you're able to do some things and try to cause a foul on the other boat that you would not normally be able to do, and that's one of the many reasons that I think match racing is so exciting. Yeah, Morgan's doing sort of a textbook job here.
This is where all that collegiate sailing for Morgan is going to come into play.
Exactly.
Having sailed for Yale now for a couple of years.
Has Pinckney killed a bit much speed here?
I
Looks
think
like
he
he
might
used
have.
a bit too much rudder there.
Ooh, you can't
He's
allow
okay.
that.
Nah, he's okay.
Yeah, he's okay. It's going to come back. So at this point, Pinckney doesn't care, around the mark, but they could go. We saw last year, Tom, one of the races went most of the way to Long Beach. Sort of the same way my boat got back, or is not back yet, from Honolulu. Went 1,000 miles north of Honolulu
Well, that
before
was
turning east.
That was to avoid the big high pressure that came south and then went back north. But this is now to block his opponent. In effect, in layman's terms, Pinckney on the right is blocking Vesterland from the mark.
However, in match racing, you are obligated to go around the mark if you're overlapped inside. So Pinckney has got a second penalty here because he did not tack around that mark
did not.
there.
You're right, Matt. Good call.
So
Well,
Pinckney.
that will do this race. He has to do it immediately.
So if Pinckney must do his turn outside the 2 boat lengths, and he's right on the edge there, I'm not sure if the umpires are going to be okay with that as an offsetting penalty.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Well, and if he doesn't do this second penalty promptly, he'll get black flag. The match will be terminated and awarded to Vesterland. There was a green flag from the umpires in a different incident.
And Teo's going to be over him.
So there, Pinckney still has not done his second penalty that he must do immediately. So
yeah, that's a lot longer than immediately, don't you think, Matt?
he needs to, the umpires will give him a chance to get out of the 2 boat length
Right.
zone. So
He's done it.
Yeah.
Just pretty light wind, so it takes a while.
Yep.
And one of those yellow flags will go down.
But he still has a penalty to give. So and Teo is away on a downwind leg. So and Pinckney's going slowly, shall we say?
Well, it was a good effort.
It was a good effort. It was a good effort.
I think if Morgan had not, had he just continued, had he not tried to set the mark trap and try to get exoneration up there, I think the chances of there being a time and distance lead enough to do his penalty before the finish line and still cross the finish line ahead of Vesterland was not going to be
slim and none.
Yeah, slim and none indeed. And now the big split, Matt.
Yeah, if I was Teo, I would come back.
Yeah, it's the only way Morgan gets back into this race is he gets a massive split. So
Yeah, I don't. Teo did that a couple times yesterday. We were with his father yesterday, Marcus, who is an Olympian from Sweden, and he was going, "What is he doing?" I'm sure Marius, his coach and older brothers, I guarantee what Marius is saying right now.
Jibe, jibe. There he goes.
Yep.
So here, even if Pinckney does manage to get a big gain in, he still has to do the offset of the penalty. So
Yep.
Pinckney jibing back above the ley line to give him some runway to do it. Should he be able to make that gain, which it does look like he's gained a little bit.
It does, doesn't it?
Not a lot, but a little bit.
Oh God, I would not have. I would never leave my opponent when you have that kind of lead.
And now Vesterland having to go behind Leddy on the beat here, just really not allowing his spinnaker to go. This is going to be close here. Pinckney might have a sniff.
I don't think so. I think looking at the
A lot more than a sniff.
Yeah, looking at the mast
A
height.
shout,
so you may
maybe.
be right. Look at the boats are almost going in exactly opposite directions. Yeah, he's right there.
It's a dial-up.
He's right there. Yeah, it is.
I think.
Oh, look at this. Pinckney on starboard tack.
I think that Pinckney should should be able to dive behind.
But Pinckney's clearing his penalty.
Yeah.
And he's going to come out ahead.
Wow.
And he's going to be on starboard again here.
Has the yellow flag dropped on the umpire boat? It must have. Okay.
Wow.
Really good boat handling there by Pinckney to refill that spinnaker so quickly.
That was a match racing 4.0 move. That was awesome.
Well, Vesterland should not
But again,
have gone to windward
Vesterland
of it.
well, Vesterland also should never. That should never have happened.
You were right. You called it, but he also should have jibed on to starboard ahead
Yep.
and, you know, gone out and risked being in downwind jail. Just get to the finish line within
Exactly.
a couple boat lengths of your opponent who owes a penalty.
Yep, exactly.
Although here they still do have a jibe into the finish. You can see the committee boat at the top middle of the screen. So Vesterland does have
He
a
has
chance
he
to
has a
get back.
chance.
But
There's a chance, but oh, God, I hate to see that.
advantage Pinckney right now.
Oh, Pinckney's going to one and done.
Yep,
And this is very important because this is a must-win for Vesterland. So
yep.
that's, you know,
And here goes Pinckney.
But credit Pinckney for also creating the big gap.
Yep.
For going off on port tack after the stuff up there at the top mark. Went off, and Teo should have come back, obviously, as you said, Andy, quite correctly.
He's trying to sail in the same water.
Yeah, but this is still not over.
But not a great jibe by Pinckney there. He's going to take a while to get back up to speed here. So
Yep.
Vesterland looks like he's got a chance of
Exactly.
getting his wind first. He is bow forward on Pinckney. If he can work down with a bit of hull speed,
Which he's trying
this
to
could
do.
change.
He's trying to do. Boy, this is match racing, folks.
In 4 knots of breeze.
4 knots of breeze. It's amazing. Oh, I
With
think
spinnakers.
he's going to be on his wind in a
He's
second.
going to get it.
I think he's going to get it.
I think Vesterland's going to be able to come back.
Yep, he's just starting to affect Pinckney's shoot.
So here, these
Yeah,
guys are going
let's go
to the
back
finish.
let's go back close up to them.
So here they are going around that.
Yep, he
through
rolled
the-
him.
through the finish line. So Vesterland just needs to get into that zone and then be able
Do you
to
think
jibe
there's
to
any
the finish.
chance of him laying?
I think they will be laying. However, it is starboard bias on the finish line, so coming to the committee boat is
It's
going to be the
closer.
biased end. So
Right.
I think Pinckney might consider jibing out and trying to get in, but it's going to be hard. Vesterland did a really good job there.
Vesterland is soaking down. He's going to lay, and he's going to win.
Wow.
Just.
How many lead changes were in that race? We should have counted. There goes Pinckney jibing, and Vesterland correctly will just sail away a little bit. Don't jibe under the other boat. And, I think he's going to nip him like by a few feet. Wow.
Yeah, yellow flag on
Incredible.
the bottom of the committee.
Incredible. Well, folks,
Oh, I beg your pardon, yep.
folks, if you like match racing, that was a classic match race by two teams that just, they each did everything, I've just blown away. That was awesome.
Did you see Morgan was jumping up and down in frustration there
Yeah.
at the end of that? That was fabulous.
Yeah, that really was. That was
Gents, you called it perfectly, too.
That was
It's
awesome.
nice having experts like Andy and Matt here on the commentary team and Jeffrey Peterson out on the roving boat. Do we have Jeffrey back up? We're
Not
working
yet.
on drones and batteries. Our executive producer, Chris Bretschger, and his switcher audio director, manager, and my morning show audio man. And as Andy's crawling over me, I don't want to break my ankle here. As we're going to pause for the cause here, I believe. Is that right, Chris? Are we going to keep going? You want to keep going? Okay. And we'll ask our crack spotters now for an analysis of where we stand after Vesterland has now won 2, as we're teeing up the final flight here in a moment. Flight 22. Each round robin is 11 flights. A flight is a set of matches because there are 12 teams. They race each of the other 11 teams once in round robin 1 and then again once in round robin 2. You get 1 point for a win, and that's why we say Callahan going into today was 19-0. 19, had a win streak of 19 and no losses. And the top 4 teams, in terms of wins coming out of the rounds robin, advance to the semifinals, which will begin, Matt, later this afternoon. That's first to win 3 in those semis.
Correct.
The winner coming out of the rounds robin gets to choose which of the other 3 boats they will race in their semifinal. Obviously, the other 2 are in the other semi, and then the winners of the semis, which probably will carry over till tomorrow. We'll be live again tomorrow at 11:30 with live racing to wrap up the semifinals and then begin the finals, which is also a first-to-win 3.
Yeah, so that was a super important win for Vestlund there. Keeps it alive. So if Pinckney and his team lose the next race and Vestlund wins, Vestlund's in the semis over Pinckney. So really, really, really important to get that final roll in the back end.
And what about Callahan, guys? Because he was in 4th place going into today. Callahan is...
Tapper.
So I beg your pardon, Tapper. Callahan's through. We knew that mathematically at the top of the leaderboard this morning.
So Tapper is on the same wins as Pinckney here and has 1 less race. He's in his race right now. He looks like he's leading upwind against Kemp, so he would go to 15 wins off that and be 1 race win ahead of Pinckney. Although Pinckney did beat him in their race against each other this round robin, so the tiebreak, it will come down to a tiebreak if results go certain ways there.
Maddie, the good news is the breeze has just filled. We got a lot more breeze now, another couple knots anyway. And Ryan and Kenny, has it gone left again? Breeze gone? Is it? What's the? Look at the compass there on the 240. So it has gone right a couple clicks. Coming into the finish now is Dylan C. Who's winning that? Dylan C. over Melchior in that match. Dylan C. from the Newport Harbor Yacht Club. And the Melchior team is, of course, from KDY, the Royal Danish Yacht Club. And I want to keep calling him Christian. That's his middle name. Victor is his first name. Victor Christian Melchior, Anders Vesterholm Lavesen, and Matthias Rossig from Denmark, losing that match to Dylan C. of the Newport Harbor Yacht Club. And Dylan C. sailing with Dylan Garcia, Tyler Wood, and Amelia Neumann. And Dylan's had a good performance, middle of the road. And we had him on the morning show this morning, and likewise a bright, articulate, humble sailor. But he's got that determination, Matt, in his eyes. He's steely-eyed, and he looks like he's going to he's got a lot of years left in this event as well. He's just going to go from strength to strength as well.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between how Dylan C. was sailing last year and this year, massive improvement, and he's got, I think, four more years after this.
3 or 4.
So,
and you're right. He was, 11th last year? He and Sienna were at the bottom of the pile last year in the Gov Cup. And I think Sienna was 12th and he was 11th. But, of course, we know he won the Rose Cup here a few weeks ago when you and I and Andrew did the commentary for that. We've just had a start of, this is Flight 21, right? The Callahan-Nichols match.
Callahan leading with a good slam dunk start there, 3 boat lengths ahead off the start line. So he looks like he's been able to knock away that previous race and get back on his train.
How's Callahan doing? Is he still on a unbeaten win streak? He lost his earlier match, so the curse is off. The curse is gone. If he is superstitious.
He lost to Vestlund this morning.
He says that's right. And that was that other match that Vestlund won. Looks like Callahan has the early lead here. And then coming into the finish, who do we have here? Well, that's that's coming into the gate. Is that Ethan? No, that's not.
You got Cole Tapper leading downwind in his race against, I believe it's Kemp.
Yeah, Daniel Kemp.
So they're going up their second downwind, second beat. Tapper with about a 4 or 5 boat length lead, leading to this right-hand side where the pressure seems to be filling in from. Really good pressure with all the boats everyone's sitting on the windward side on the beats now, as opposed to sitting down to leeward, just trying to make the boat move anyhow.
If you're just joining us, it's a little, it's 20 past 1. It's 13:20 here in Newport Beach, California. We're at the 58th edition of the Gold Cup. It is the It is the Golden Cup. It's the Governor's Cup, the prestigious International Youth Match Racing Championship hosted annually by Balboa Yacht Club, has been since 1967. We're just a few hundred meters off Newport Beach, the beach behind us, and what Dr. Don Becker and his race committee call the school course. The Newport Pier to the west of us, it's right off our starboard side here on the media boat on Adios. And down the coast just a bit is the Balboa Pier. We're between those two piers, if you know Newport Beach. On a gorgeous Saturday in August, we will continue with the round robin 2, the second round robin, to wrap up this Flight 21, and then we'll have Flight 22, 3 more matches of the 6 teams. And the winners then, the top 4 boats, I should say, of the rounds robin will advance to the semifinals, which will begin later this afternoon. Who are we watching now? Hyde and Fong. Are they coming into the gate?
Coming into the finish here. So Hyde with the green kite, Fong with the red kite. Fong done a really good job to gain up here, and looks like he's going to throw a protest flag there, and potentially Hyde jibes slightly too late. If not, Hyde's trying to get into 2 boat length zone and say I've got mark room. Fong trying to just run as fast as he can ahead of Hyde. Hyde with a good jibe there in the dirty breeze, I think, just to cruise the line feet ahead.
The Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron duo of Ethan Fong and Josh Hyde. And has Josh now won both those matches, hasn't he, against his yacht club compatriot? From the land of the long white cloud.
And so here on the downwind, we've got Callahan in his purple kite leading against the mid-blue stripe of Sienna Nichols. The other blue stripe kite is Tapper on his downwind against Kemp, who's just rounding the mark now. They're coming to the finish. So Tapper with a good lead should be able to just cruise down and come into the finish to notch up his second win of the day. And Callahan with a pretty healthy lead as well here. So, but they're on the first downwind, so stuff can still change here, but definitely a nice advantage here. Maybe 5-6 boat lengths, and he looks like he's extending at the moment with nice hull speed. So here Callahan jibing in for the gate. I would expect to see the pressure's still mid-course, right course, so expect to see him around this right-hand gate and just be able to come back across.
When you say right-hand, you mean the right-hand looking upwind is the convention we tend to use here. Jib is up now, kite coming down, and indeed you're right, Matt. Go right, young man.
And then so here they'll be able to watch Nichols and then see if Nichols is setting up for the opposite gate. They might tack over early. Otherwise, just keep on extending and be able to build speed and extend your lead on this beat.
And dig into the new pressure, which normally this time of the afternoon in Newport Beach, if the breeze starts to come up, it tends to follow the sun and go right.
He had interesting move from Nichols there, jibing into Tapper, relying on him to get out of their way, even though he's right-of-way boat. Oh, Tapper with his arm in the air. I think a little bit annoyed that he had to do altering there.
Yeah, he's not going to protest though. That's different boats in different matches, and he's got a huge lead coming into the finish.
So Tapper notching up his second win of the day. So he's now jumped ahead of Pinckney in the overall standings, but still with Pinckney beating him in that if Pinckney wins the next race, they come third and fourth, but doesn't matter, not really with the pick, unless Callahan's going to choose fourth, which I don't know what he's going to do, but I have my suspicions.
Well, let's talk about that.
Well, we don't know who it is yet, so we can't.
Assuming it's these 4, assuming Morgan prevails, if Vesterland doesn't get in, so we've got Morgan and Cole and Josh and then, of course, Justin on top, and you are Justin, the leader coming out of the rounds robin. Whom do you choose?
If I were Justin, I would be choosing Pinckney out of all that. So I'd choose Morgan because I think their record against him is pretty strong. So they've got record of beating him. So I think I would want to do that and kind of go with, we've sailed against each other or not, he's a known entity, and if he thinks he's got the edge, although to be honest, I think anyone who is, although I would be skeptical about Pinckney because he is fast at times, so it's hard to choose any of them, to be honest.
But you would choose Pinckney, it sounds like.
I would, but I wouldn't want to choose any of them. I'd rather choose 12 if I could, but it's not an option.
This is this lawyerly talk again. No, I agree with you. I think I agree with you. I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but I would have picked Pinckney as well because they are also, remember, collegiate rivals. And Harvard has had their way with Yale this year, although only just. Yale's had a very strong, or did have a very strong 24-25 season as well. And I think Morgan, with that frustrating loss to Vesterland, I think if I were Justin, I would say let's go and take on Harvard versus Yale. And I sure aren't going to take Josh Hyde. Josh has had a strong second. He's been sailing well, so I think you'd leave him be. And, you know, I think that's probably you're going to take Cole Tapper as last year's defending champion and, you know, come back to bite you in the you-know-what.
Yeah, Tapper, who has been, you know, has record in these boats, has sailed in the pressure situations, sailed in the big final. Like, it's hard to choose him. I think he would be the pre-event favorite and probably still the bookies' favorite.
He came from behind last year in that final and beat Jeffrey, who'd had a spectacular regatta, and Jeffrey had won the two previous, Jeffrey Peterson had won the two previous Gov Cups, and it was his chance to three-peat, and no one else has ever won the Gov Cup 3 times. There have been 20-some-odd people who have won it, including Andy, have won it twice. So that was his chance to three-peat, and it was stopped, it was ended by Cole Tapper. So I wouldn't choose him either. I think you're right. Well, I'm not sure what you're saying. I couldn't get it out of you. But I think I would pick Morgan Pinckney as well. And I love Morgan, and I think his team knows the boats in the water as well as anybody, and that's a risky choice as well. It's going to be a great semifinals, however this pans out, Matthew.
Yeah, I think that's the good thing about that whole conversation is there's 4 people out of the 5 who can do it, and all of the 5 who can potentially get in the semifinals can go win, because Vesterland's shown that he's beaten Callahan, beaten Pinckney today already. He's on fire today, so all of the 5 that can still get into the semifinals and then win the event all have a form of beating each other and on form today.
Dr. Don Becker and his race committee on the signal boat have just displayed code flag Foxtrot F, which is the attention signal, not the warning signal, the attention signal, meaning 7 minutes to the start of the first flight. There are, again, 6 flights and 6 matches in each flight. This is the last, final flight 22 of the rounds robin phase. So there are 12 teams and 6 matches per flight. It's a little confusing, isn't it? But I think that was a proper explanation. And in the first flight, gentlemen, who do we have? First match, coming up.
Melchior as the port entry and Leddy as the starboard entry for the first flight here. But the key match in this is Pinckney-Callahan in a race that Pinckney can't afford to lose if Vesterland wins against Nichols, who, based upon how I've seen Vesterland sailing today, I would say good chance he's going to win that race.
Good point.
So Pinckney needs to beat Callahan to guarantee his semi-final. That's going to be a real big thing. And then it would be a precursor to a potential semi-final matchup.
So who do you choose in that match?
I think you just got to go with your gut.
Well, I keep trying to drag it out of him. Let's ask our crack spotters. They're keen observers of the passing scene. Ken Sherb, in that match, who do you pick?
Who are my options?
Not Vesterland. We're assuming Vesterland, who's sailing hot, will beat Sienna Nichols. That Teo Vesterland will beat Nichols. And he needs to do that if he's going to get into the semis. But who's going to win in the match between Pinckney.
And Callahan.
Callahan's like a tough guy to beat.
So you pick Callahan.
Yeah.
Ryan Davidson, our other crack spotter.
I put it on Pinckney.
Chairman,
Everything to lose.
you think Pinckney will win?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I think Pinckney's definitely a guy who, when he's under pressure, comes out swinging. So I think he's going to be on fire.
by the way, I'm getting texts from Julia Vatican up in San Francisco and others wanting to know why we call you two gentlemen the crack spotters. You care to speculate on that, Matt? We've been calling them that for years.
Yeah, I think you know the etymology.
Well, we'll leave that for everybody to guess. Now, here's an interesting possibility. Would you, as Callahan, would you, I don't want to use the word throw the race, but would Callahan like to see Pinckney win this for some reason to block Vesterland from going forward on the theory that Vesterland is hot? He's been hot for the last couple days, in fact.
Mm-hmm.
And that he'd rather not see Vesterland on this win streak going forward. He'd rather race Pinckney in his semifinal.
But then Harvard-Yale.
I agree.
You got to have your college rivalry at heart the whole time. So
I agree. Let's go over to the pre-start here in this first match between Melchior from Denmark and Letty from Ireland. Melchior on the port end with the blue flag, and Letty entered, they already have entered, on the starboard end with the yellow flag. I should say also that Letty is in boat 8. It's easier to see the mainsail numbers. In boat 12 is Melchior.
So these two guys dialed up in the pre-start. There's good pressure coming down the course, so the boat handling should be a little bit easier than it was previously. There's a little bit more pressure to build this speed. Letty trying to roll over the top, but with this extra pressure, it's hard to make that roll happen. Looks like Melchior might be able to block the jibe here. Yeah, so here, real good job there by the blue boat, Melchior, just to actually switch the dial up, so now he's in control. However, one thing to note is that is the pin end of the mark, and if they touch that, there is a penalty, so Melchior having to avoid that.
The left end of the starting line, as we look upwind, is that yellow mark set bot, the autonomous mark being used as what we used to call the pin. We still do call it the pin end, or the non-race committee boat end of the starting line. How much time, Matt?
Not quite sure. I forgot to start my watch.
A little more breeze now. Still 240 degrees up there, guys. Ryan, what's it, 240? Ken?
Yeah, 235.
235, 240. Definitely come up, Matt, to, what, 6, maybe 7? 6
yeah, probably
anyway.
6 knots. Like certainly for these boats, you know, decent pressure. You know, they're going to be sitting on the side, starting to think about dropping their shoulders.
What do you mean by dropping their shoulders?
Trying to hike as hard as you can to keep this boat flat. Because once you get a bit of wind speed like this, just getting as much of the boat as flat as you can is really important. We saw that particularly in the Rose Cup when it was these conditions, and they've been seeing it all week. Where once the boats are powered up, you want it as flat as you can get it. Which is different in the light pressure, where you want a little bit of heel to get that big back of the boat out.
You see, there's Melchior. Now, in past, you would think that boat was coming around us, the media boat, because we didn't have a camera on the race committee boat. There's the RC boat in that shot, and they're passing the bow of the race committee boat with 1 minute to go. Great shots this year off the race committee boat, thanks to Chris Bretschker and his team. They've added a camera over there with the agreement of Dr. Don Becker.
So here, Letty's worried about going inside. Melchior just trying to sail a big triangle round. The longer he can take to do this and come back to the line, the better it is. And Letty wants to try and get the game in here. So that's why he's tacking round to get the split and give him the option to do that. 31 seconds to go. Melchior in a really good controlling position.
I was just going to say Adam Letty, Evan Smith, and Ben Lumley are on the Irish boat. And Victor Melchior, Anders Vesterholm, Lavison, and Matthias Rossing.
And there, you know, Melchior just went a little bit low to kill time there and let Letty get in. You know, he's put himself late. 5 seconds to go. Letty's been able to switch the handles here and get a controlling start.
Well, that was weird. Letty's come off the line beautifully to windward and in control.
I don't want to say he's right, but as Andy always says, time on distance in the last 25 seconds is the most important thing in match racing. And ultimately, Melchior's time and distance back to the line was wrong. And that lost him the start from a real controlling position.
That, or for some reason they wanted the left, but I don't think so. I think everybody knows or expects the breeze to build and go right at least a bit.
But even if you want the left, you don't want to be 25 seconds late to the to the pin end.
Exactly.
But here we have seen Letty struggling for speed in the last couple of races. So here, Melchior just needs to try and sail fast and keep in the game, and he might be able to try and work an overtake. So if you're behind, a big tactic to be used is doing tacks, because every time you do a tack, there's a high risk that something goes wrong on the other boat, and you can gain back what you need, or you can get a split and be able to get into new pressure, which, as we've seen today, and particularly in that Pinckney-Vesterland race, a big split can really change the race's complexion quickly.
A classic tacking duel. The boat on the right has the wind coming over its right side. She's on starboard tack, has right of way, but is tacking ahead into the leeward mat to protect the right side of the track and force their opponent to the left. Why?
So starboard tack has right of way, so if you're on the right hand side, you're always going to control the next cross back in. And with how they are on this race course here, they're a long way left on the race course, so they're going to be able to force the trailing boat to the ley line where they run out of options and just have to follow in.
I think they also expect more pressure to the right, but boy, it's closed up some more.
Yeah, I think these tacks from Melchior are just a little bit better. They're just gaining, a sniff every single time they come back together. So
a sniff, that's a new expression that I've heard you use today.
Yeah, sniff's a little small bit. So, but yeah, here if you're the boat behind, the key thing is not to get really separated. So it's not necessarily to overtake on this bead, it's just be close enough you can attack. If you can overtake, that's great, but if you can't, just keep it close. Keep it within a boat length or two. If you've got the hull speed to do it, that's really, really, really key, just to try and get a bit of separation. Or if you think you're better at tacking, try and do as much tacking. Yeah, so here you can see Letty just not being able to tack leading anymore here. So he's able to tack lee bow, but he's unable to get directly on the breeze of Melchior. So real good beat here from Melchior. He might think that if he can get a split on this next beat, he can actually just gain. But looks like they're on the ley line to this red mark, maybe 40 meters from it, 5-6 boat lengths to the mark. So it's going to be a simple straight set here. Nice set there.
That's Letty with the purple kite, leading barely. Over Melchior with the green kite, leg 2 of this 4-leg traditional match racing course.
Here the standard, going to run out, and Letty's going to try and jibe, and Melchior looking to jibe on top and cover. So here they go. Melchior trying to get his bow forward, Letty trying to get his bow forward as well. Slightly better kite work on Melchior's boat there, just allowing it to drive out the exit of this. If he can get a delta in speed, which he looks like he's got, he can roll down with speed into to Letty's line.
Got him.
And get the pass.
Got him. Andy Rose is rejoining us here on the commentary couch. Studio A here on Adios, the boat owned by Commodore Peter and Kari Bretschker, who kindly allow us to use it as our broadcast platform for these Governor's Cup and Rose Cup and other broadcasts that we do. Melchior Letty, Andrew.
Well, Melchior is actually.
Hang on. Now you're going.
Melchior is actually so far having a pretty good day.
It's the morning show bump that you get.
The bump.
You come on the morning show and you get a little, it's more auspicious racing for the day.
Exactly. Well, he's a nice guy and he sailed 6 meters, Tom, and foiling wasps, and these boats, and quite a resume. Well, Tom and I have talked about this, and I've commentated a couple times with the Congressional Cup, and they wanted to at least 1 year do it all from a room within the club with just monitors, and I know that's what Gary Jobson has to do with the Olympics, but Gary's better than all of us, and I can't do that. But that's the good news. We're out here; we can see the wind. The bad news is I got sunscreen in my eyes.
So here, the key match of this flight is Vestelin versus Nichols. Here, Vestelin just entering as the port boat, the blue flag, and Nichols as the starboard boat. If Vestelin wins this, he keeps his chance of being able to get into the semi-finals. He relies on Pinckney to lose his race, but he must win this race.
Well, this is his third must-win. He's done pretty well so far.
2 out of 2.
Yep.
Do you think he'll be 3 out of 3?
I think he will.
I think
Sienna
so.
is sailing brilliantly, but I think he's on a roll. Boy, if we had started this series the next day, he'd be right up there in the semis, and he may still.
Yeah, I think what you've seen in these races from Vestelin, he's been behind off the line, so maybe the pre-start's not great, but he's figured out how to make these boats move, and he was gaining on the beats against Pinckney, and he was gaining on the downwinds as well.
Yep.
He sailed into that hole on the final downwind, but apart from that, when he's been in the same wind as the other boat, he has been faster, both up and down. So
now, having said that, the last one wouldn't have been as exciting had he stayed in the same kind of water as Morgan. In other words, he split from him.
Yeah.
More than I would ever or have ever in any match race. When you have a good lead, you at least stay in the general area where the other boat is, especially when it's spotty like this.
But he was waiting for the entertainment premium that they get for this. So he made the race more interesting, and then went, "Oh, I'm still going to win it anyway." Which.
Yep, I guess we owe him the entertainment premium, because that was certainly an entertaining match race.
Yeah. So here with 2:25 to go, with the breeze being a bit up here, it's a lot less important to be leading back, and the hull speed should be able to come. So here, a bit more of a decision. Do you want to lead or push? I think depends on what you want to do on this race.
Yep.
Does look like the pin end is very high, so I think bit of pin bias. You might want to lead into the pin.
Yep.
But then here it looks.
Look up there that they have some nice righties up there.
Yeah, it looks like the right potentially is favored in terms of the upwind course. So then you want to start at the pin and be right. Hard to do.
Well, the good news is that unlike the last race, when we were pointing that out, it was full of glassy areas. There are hardly any now, which is really good. So the wind has increased. But I'll tell you, I'm still mad impressed with. They actually had a fair race last race.
Yeah, Don Becker knows what he's doing.
It was just, it was awesome. Don's on a roll.
Yeah, so here 1:30 to go, maybe 30 seconds from the committee boat here. Vestelin to leeward, Nichols trying to get over the top here. I think Nichols is going to struggle to get over before the committee boat there, as you see a luff
look
up.
at that, she has to luff.
So here, they a lot of time to burn here, so Vestelin needs to try and, can't really sail and slow her down with wind too soon, so he's going to try and sail more distance here. But he's able to get into that low leeward position and bait Nichols in. If Nichols goes in, he's going to stuff high. If Nichols goes down, then he's killing time. So works well for him. Nichols needs to find that time to get an offset of speed and then try and get around, whether that's to leeward or to windward.
Yeah, I think what Dave Perry has always said, in the light winds, you want to be the leading boat, and part of it is that you may not have to make a maneuver instantly. The other boat may have to tack away right away, and that hurts in light air. And especially if you can force them close to the committee boat like this, the other boat can't tack because they would immediately be right at the committee boat. Yeah,
and here, Vestelin's, maybe Nichols can spin out, but she's got to do a big down to get there and really going to struggle to build her speed up. So Vestelin kind of dictates this acceleration here.
See, with that little time, though, Matt, I would have stayed luffed. if I was Vestlund.
I think he's running down to the pin end. I agree. I would have stayed a little bit higher. I'd want to be closer to Nichols here.
Right.
He's letting her breathe, but
Yep.
I think, he's a fleet racer by trade, so, just wants to get a good, clean start, I think.
Well, Matt, I don't know about you, but I always thought that, as match racing, if I could get someone in that position and hold longer, the psychology of it is suddenly the boat where there's going, oh my God, it can't start. What? They don't say it, but inside that's what's going on. And I think that can be a boat length right there.
And I think as well, if you're down speed and accelerating to leeward, you are gaining.
Yep.
You're the one who's going to be able to accelerate faster.
Without question.
If a set of waves comes, you can get the power earlier, whereas the other boats dictate it. So if you can get down speed and slow at go, you're going to be gaining.
Yep, without question.
But real good start there from Vesterland overall. Still, he's got a clear cross on Nichols here, I think.
Yep.
So,
believe so.
Real good job there, just using the bias to his advantage.
She did not come out of that tack really well either. And there she goes again. So this is one of the problems with the boat behind. She's doing classic match racing tactics. You got to keep the other boat from being on your wind. But the problem is the boat behind doesn't get to tack when it wants to. And so sometimes like there, she had only been on starboard tack for about 3 boat lengths. Not enough speed to get up to tack, but you have to tack.
The down speed tacks in these boats are very painful. In all boats, they're painful, and definitely
in
these
boats.
boats.
Exactly. Yeah, try it on a 12-meter.
But it does look like Nichols has found something on that right-hand side. Looks like a bit more bow up, and, if they get a header to come back in on starboard, they could be looking rosy.
She did that, I think, last race, didn't she? Go out to the right and get a nice lane.
I think so against. And although I'm not sure she converted that race to the finish, I think.
Yeah.
But definitely here, Vesterland didn't separate much, but still those little holes on the pressure. It's filled in, but it's not
Well,
quite.
Matt, you can I think our viewers can see it too. You can see the slightly lighter blue spots there. Those are what we call glassy. So the wind is not hitting the sea.
Yes.
Okay, here you go. It's a lot closer.
Vesterland here looks like
he's
he's just got a cross.
Yeah.
That's a huge cross there. Actually quite comfortable.
Yeah. But he chose not to tack, and I think he could have.
I think he wants to get the right-hand side controlling. Okay. They're coming into this this windward mark pretty soon. They're going into the red mark just off the left, I believe.
Yep.
So I think he just wanted to close down that right-hand option and go.
And that was, again, he and his crew maneuvering. That was a brilliant tack. They came out of that really fast.
And now
look at that. They're almost bow to bow.
Yeah, really good job there. Just you're taking the risk out of it, doing what they didn't do on that final downwind, just staying in the same water, but getting the right-hand side right of way. So here in a must-win match, they're winning. So this now puts it on Pinckney. Pinckney, if Westland can hold this, Pinckney needs to win.
So we have established that with the point scores now.
Yeah, through the tiebreaker, they would be tied on wins if Pinckney loses and Vesterland wins.
Yep.
And Vesterland, by proxy of winning that last
race,
does win the tiebreak. So Vesterland doing everything he can here. Real good move. And then just got to rely on Callahan to do the business he's done in all but one of the races and take care of the victory.
Yep. And Justin and Morgan are friends, and I know, and the Harvard-Yale thing, I know Justin will be quite interested in this race, even though it doesn't matter.
But would you want it? But it allows him to have the option of would he rather face potentially Vesterland or Pinckney? So he could decide to lose the race if he'd rather race Pinckney. But I don't think that's Justin's personality.
I was just going to say I don't think Justin Callahan has that in him. I think it's just come on, we just win everything, and he has. He's sailed. This is his 3rd Governor's Cup. And he is just sailing brilliantly. I mean, the tactics are superb, and I'm blown away by all these top teams. They're just magic.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing you said there. It's the teams. It's not the skippers.
Without
it's
question.
not the bowman. It's not the trimmer. It's everyone working together.
Yep, without question.
Because match racing is very much a discipline where if you are a good helmsman, you need your crew to do the good job. If you're a good crew, you need your helmsman to put the boat in the right place. And if one cog in that doesn't work, it's so tight and such high pressure situations that you can just no matter what the other people on the boat do, everyone's got to do it right.
Yep. Well, the 12-meter campaigns, the America's Cup, and a couple others, I would do seminars on tactics. I wanted everybody to know, but I said one thing is, I'm the tactician. I get to lose the race. You don't. You have to be perfect. And I'll tell you, these crews are perfect.
Yeah, I mean, these
Look at
jibes
that.
are great.
Just look at that. That is textbook jibing with speed.
Positioned well.
Yep.
Good jibe.
Yep, without question. As the viewers may see, I'm incredibly impressed with these sailors. It's just the great thing is there are so many youth match racing events now worldwide that at least in Australia, New Zealand, France, and the U.S., they get to sail in a lot more match races, and every one you sail in, you get better. Yeah, Vestal is just looking really good again downwind. What a surprise!
Yeah, he looks like he's just been able to go bow forward and lower, which if you're the relatives guy, you're the most popular guy on the boat right now.
Yeah, well, I did say it earlier when I asked him that question. He says, I don't know. He said, because normally we use asymmetrical spinnakers. He said, it must be the crew. Well, just as we were saying, maybe it is. But you still have to turn the boat well. And that's something that is very subtle. But on a jibe, the helmsman has a lot to do with it in the way they turn the boat.
Yeah, and it's not just the helmsman can do the jibe perfectly. The trimmer needs to do his crew work. The bowman as well.
Yep.
It's everything together.
Yep.
Even though these boats are pretty small, pretty simple boats with not too many crew, it's still crew work driven.
No question about it. Well, that was a brilliant rounding there. Great takedown, rounded with speed. It didn't stop at all, and they're going to go to separate gates. So now, you would normally say maybe the left still has some potential, but the right hasn't been bad.
No, I think it looks like there's a light patch in that bottom left corner where Nichols is, but she's able to get the separation. And I think that's the best thing for her, to try and get the separation. And Vestalin smartly doing the right thing, tacking over to follow and not doing the same separation he did last race and risk losing.
Well, if he's all right, let's stay.
So in your shot right now, you've got Pinckney Callahan doing circles in the pre-start. They have 2:48 to go, I believe. So this is not necessarily a must-win for Pinckney, but assuming Vestalin wins, it becomes a must-win for Pinckney.
Yeah, if I were Pinckney, I'd want to win this race. Well, he was very frustrated after the last race, so let's see if he can do what Jeffrey says he does. We all said we lose a race, and doesn't bother us to put it out of our mind. I can tell you, we went into the last race, the Congressional Cup one year. It's in your mind. You can't just say, but it's a tough thing to do, and it's psychology. You just got to get up for it. Okay, that happened.
I just talked to Callahan. Shouted a cry. He was down here when I was having my union. They call it my union break.
Oh, yeah, we got our breaks.
You're on a union break here. I had to go out and have some water and one of Kari Bretschker's superb sandwiches. But I was talking with Justin and say, okay, now assuming that whether it's Vesterland or Pinckney, whom will you choose? Because it's an interesting choice. You got Pinckney, who's your Yale-Harvard rival.
Yep.
Who's managed to stay, assuming he stays in the semis. That would be tough. Or do you go with Vesterland, who's on a hot streak? Do you pick him if he ends up being the other one? So either way, it's going to be a tough choice. You don't want to choose Josh Hyde, presumably. He's second-place team. He's been hot all week.
He's on a roll,
You don't want to pick, I assume, last year's champion, Cole Tapper. So what will you do? And he said, I don't know yet. He knows full well what he's going to do. I suspect he'll choose whichever one of Vesterland and Pinckney gets through, don't you think?
Yes, you're correct. Yeah, I think that's
so
right.
Here he's got 1 minute to go. Pretty deep in the box here with a run to this port end. I like where Pinckney is right now. I think Pinckney's got the hook, and they got 50 seconds. Callahan can't tack out right now.
Exactly, because that's what I was saying. They're so close to the committee boat that if he tacks, then
Pinckney
can tack and prevent him from starting.
Yes, a real good job here by Pinckney, I think. This is all about who does the best boat handling here and build the speed, because if Callahan can do a Houdini and get out, that's powerful. Ooh, with that jibe, they're very low. This pin end is a lot higher than the committee boat. So I think if I were Pinckney, I'd be pretty confident right now. I think Callahan's going to potentially be 5-10 seconds late to this start.
We don't have the numbers on the screen anymore.
He's got 12 seconds to go here. I think Pinckney surprised Pinckney wanted to start at the starboard end. It looks like that pin end's a little bit biased.
Yep. But you're right, Justin is very late. They both are, actually. Yeah, not very, a little bit. All right, I call that a pretty even start, eh?
Yeah, I think Pinckney probably just thinks he wants the right-hand side. He thinks it's late enough in the day.
Yep.
But, yeah, definitely think Pinckney had a chance of slowing Justin a little bit later if he'd attacked on him and tried to get him later and run down to this bias pin end.
Yeah, I think if we've seen one tendency here is that some of the boats actually do get control late, but leave too early.
Mm-hmm.
They don't stay and hold it. They leave a little early, which they'll still have an advantage, but they won't have as much of an advantage.
Mm-hmm. It's putting the foot on the throat. When
Exactly.
you have the chance, keep it there. Probably not meant to say that on a youth stream, but yeah.
When you have your hands around the other person's neck, squeeze harder.
As Dennis Conner used to say, when you've got the snake, cut its head off.
Yeah, exactly.
If the knife's in, twist it.
Well, I guess we've gone through all the cliches on that.
Yeah, I know.
Subject, haven't we?
A few others we could think of. Probably.
Yeah, we'll try to think of a couple more.
It's getting a little late. We've been on the air now for what? 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
So forgive us for being a bit crotonic here.
Don't worry, it'll get worse.
It will get worse. Probably about tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
2/3 of the way through the finals.
Well, tomorrow we'll be speaking his native language, Matt's native language, Welsh.
I thought that was only after a few cocktails.
Mein Gasket,
too many cocktails. Got a finish coming up here.
Got Vesterland coming downwind with a big lead. Vesterland in the yellow kite, miles ahead of Nichols in the blue kite, just in your foreground of the screen there. So Vesterland doing what he needs to do. Now he's going to be watching Pinckney Callahan. Pinckney leading that race. So who's going to be able to get into the final semi-final spot? Is it going to be Pinckney? Is it going to be Callahan?
Theo Vesterland.
Sorry, Westerland.
No, Vesterland. Theo Vesterland, Emil Wolfgang, and Aiden Iokannis representing the Royal Göteborg, the Royal Gothenburg Yacht Club in Sweden, and they are on a hot streak, Andrew.
Boy, they are. I'll tell you. Yes. I mean, it's a little hard to believe, but he's just gotten better every day. He is proof that the learning curve in match racing is very steep.
And it also proves why you are right to have a double round robin.
Yep.
Because a team that comes in's never sailed the boat, doesn't know the local conditions as well as some of the other teams. They have a chance. They have a fighting chance.
Yep, without question.
If you sail a single round robin, then you go into a head-to-head quarterfinals, which a lot of other match races do. That's crotonic.
So here, Pinckney in boat 5 leading. Think he's just about on this ley line here, with forced Callahan to do a little double tack out there. So Pinckney's probably going to be leading to the top here, doing what he needs to do.
If he makes this ley line, he'll have a nice lead.
Yeah, Pinckney needed to win one race today, gone 0-2 so far this morning, and now he goes and tries to knocks off the guy that might pick him for the semi-finals.
Yep.
Long way to go, though. Long way to go. Three and a bit legs.
I think the wind's starting to fill in even just slightly better than at the start.
If you were Callahan and you knew that Vesterland was on this hot streak, maybe you'd rather see Pinckney come into the semis.
I think maybe. I think.
I don't want to be too Machiavellian here, but
no, I think Justin would be very confident sailing against Pinckney.
I mean, I think we'd be pleased with it based upon the Rose Cup finals we had between the two of them a couple of years ago. That was some of the best 5 matches I've ever seen. So for entertainment, so I'm kind of hoping that's what happens.
Yeah,
but
that was. I mean,
no slight
every
on
move when Matt and.
So yeah, that was 5 matches where it was perfect.
Every move they would make, we'd say, well, this is what they got to do, and they would do it. And everyone, it was just knock down, drag out.
And then they sailed from Long Beach to Cabrillo Beach.
Yeah, they did.
Matt, weren't you just in France racing? Or were you racing or relaxing? What were you doing?
We were racing in Lake Garda at an Italian J70 event, and then on holiday in France for a bit afterwards. So if you're already over in Europe, you might as well make the most of it. So luckily my wife's My wife's French, so she talks French, so she can do all the talking for me. So I don't need to learn any French, although she tells me I should.
We may have a lead change here, gentlemen.
I'm not sure. Still got a long way to go, but a nice jibe on on Callahan's part there.
I think
so they're probably about like, yeah, he's definitely gained, Tom. He's like half the distance.
Exactly.
At the weather mark.
Yeah, there's a little more gauge than I thought.
Yeah.
Although Pinckney's still breathing out front on his kite here, so not being affected, but he's had to give away a bit to get that.
He has, and also with as puffy as it is, you know, the puff will get to Callahan first, and that there could be a half boat length to 3/4 of a boat length.
And then here looks like, based upon the Tapper Hides match that's just in start, there's going to be a big right-hand shift for these guys going upwind. So, you know, I think about going left-hand turn, the right-hand mark, and then getting on to starboard as early as possible, which Pinckney being ahead is going to be able to dictate which mark he goes to.
Great job on Pinckney's part.
Yeah.
Almost a great job on Callahan's part. Not quite as good.
And really tough for Callahan here, because Pinckney did a good job of picking the ley line, and Callahan, you know, to try and get some dirty breeze, has to go slightly inside the ley and come down low and slow to the end.
Yep. So he will definitely be going slower than Pinckney when he rounds the mark.
Or he can do this and jibe and go to the other mark potentially if he wishes to.
Yep, looks like that's what he's doing. Well, good move to keep the spinnaker up there. That's good.
But I think if Pinckney, I'd be happy with him splitting to that other mark. I think you're sending him to a place where there's on the wrong shift here, and it's a little bit further distance to that gate Callahan's gone round.
Morgan Pinckney leading with Cam Spriggs in the boat, Kelly Holtis and Alice Schmidt leading over the leader of the regatta, Justin Callahan, Oliver Lloyd, and Harrison Strom going up leg 3 of this match, their final match, in the rounds robin phase.
So Pinckney tacking back onto starboard there. He's the boat on the top of your screen. So he might be being affected a little bit by Tapper. I think probably not too much, but you know, to Callahan in more easy free water, maybe he's going to be able to bring a bit back in. Looks like Pinckney is a little bit lower than him right now.
Yeah, I was just thinking that Callahan seems to be ever so slight righty, but now he's getting headed.
But here, Callahan does want a header so as he can come back on port here. So
absolutely.
Callahan wants to sail on the lift and then get a 20-degree header in a minute or two, and that would be perfect.
That would do it.
Maybe a sea monster as well on Pinckney, but
yep.
But I think Pinckney's in a good controlling position, though. But
I do too. Yeah, he's got a nice lead.
Sea monster, for those of you wondering why we keep bringing that up, there's some history there. The three of us have been doing commentary together now, as you can tell, for some years. And at one point in the past, one of the commentators said this race is over short of a sea monster.
I believe that was Mr. Eamon.
I wonder who said that.
I think that was Tom Eamon.
And that has been adopted ever since.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, that's a nice lead. The right definitely paid there.
Yeah, I think just on that leeward mark rounding, one less jibe, just being able to just do a shorter turn, I think just helped Pinckney there. And then now Callahan's potentially going to be affected by Hyde, so he's had to tack out onto starboard, and that just helps Pinckney because he's going to get to the ley line. Callahan's got no options once he gets to the ley line. Pinckney goes, if Pinckney gets a lift here, he's on ley. If he heads, he gains.
That's great.
So
yeah, it's good anyway.
Real good sailing here from Pinckney.
Yeah, great sailors do this. They rise to the occasion, and this was definitely an occasion. He came into the day, yeah, no problem, I'm going to be a semifinalist. Suddenly, he has to win this race to do it.
T. Morgan.
And, yeah, Morgan, and he is gonna.
And he's a showman.
Yep, pretty impressive.
So here, Pinckney does have to worry about the Hyde-Tapper match. So Josh Hyde just on the inside here. Pinckney's going to have to try and stay high and wide so as he doesn't get caught in that match.
Yep.
Because the worst thing that could happen is one of them, they get into a luffing match, they sail off into a corner, Pinckney doesn't want to be there and gives Callahan the chance to get around.
Tapper with a nice set there.
So with Hyde jibing out there on that mark, I think if I were Pinckney, I would just extend off on starboard and wait to let Justin Callahan and his team make the first move. He's got a nice lead
Without
here.
question. Without question. Oh, he is a that was a well-sailed leg, that one, and the right definitely was favored.
Big lead.
Yeah, big lead. Horizon job, TFE, horizon job.
Not quite.
Not
but,
quite, but
But what, 6-7 boat lengths anyway.
yeah.
And a jibe to cover.
Yep. Well, I'm sure.
Warms the cockles of your America's Cup match racing heart, doesn't it, Andrew?
It does. But Tio and his family are probably going, oh, almost. Well, as you know, Tom, when we had him on the morning show yesterday, I said, will you come back? And I said, well, he said, yeah. And I said, well, I'll vote for you on the
selection
committee. But I said, I think you'll be invited back. And
How old is Teo?
He has one more year, I think. I think he's 21.
And the age, we haven't talked about this, I don't believe, on the commentary today. The upper limit in age, which World Sailing is threatening to raise further, ridiculous. We should talk about that if we have a minute. But the upper limit is currently U23. You cannot have turned 23 not in the year of the regatta, before the end of the regatta. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've always done the last day of the regatta. One reason was when we moved it up from 20 to 21, that you want to be sure who's legal and who's not, at the bar. But we've kept it, and it doesn't matter really. I just like it. It's allowed us to get. Seems like a whole bunch of really good sailors have birthdays in August, and so they're still eligible. So Cole was not eligible for this year's Worlds, but he is here, and I think it's
because the World Sailing uses the calendar year instead of the last day of the match.
Yep.
Or of the regatta.
So Pinckney leading down here, but Hyde has done a real good job here of creating a situation where Tapper in the blue kite is going to be affected by Pinckney and Hyde here. So real good job by Hyde for using the other boats not in your race just to try and gain that little half a boat length back. So you see Pinckney's kite coming down on Tapper more than Hyde is being affected.
Hyde picked up the penalty and a dial down on the first piece.
Oh, you're right. There's a yellow penalty in that match.
So Pinckney doing his jibe in around these guys. He's got 50 yards to go to cross the finish line to win this race. If he wins this race, he gets into the semifinals.
Well, he made it interesting. Who would have thought he would have lost his first two races today?
It's certainly not Morgan. From talking to him last night, he was pretty confident.
Yep.
Although I've never seen Morgan not confident, so.
Yeah, that's true.
But he's humble. He's quietly confident, we might say.
Yeah, quietly confident.
We would say that at Michigan. I'm not sure they say that, Andy, at Yale and Harvard. Quietly confident.
I frankly don't know what they say there.
At Samford?
We say it better.
And, Matt, you went to UW. You went to the University of Washington. And there was some football game, if I remember well, between Washington and Michigan not too long ago.
There was a more recent one that went quite well, actually. Like last year, I believe you're only as good as your last game. So.
Fair enough.
But yes, the important one was not good.
Congratulations to Morgan Pinckney.
Yep.
And congratulations to Tio Westland. I mean, he just improved so much during this series and is now going to be, 1 point out of a semifinal thing in his first year. And so I think we will see him next year. And, we lose Cole and got a couple others. So, I think Teo would be an early favorite to be a semifinalist next year.
I agree. He sailed really well in yesterday and today, really, really impressively. These boats are easy to sail, but incredibly hard to sail to that 99th, 100th percentile that you need to be on, and it does take a couple of days to get into it.
Now, isn't
College of
Charleston?
Yeah, I think he sails for them.
I think he's at the College of Charleston because his younger brother, his older brother Marius is here, who's a Gov Cup veteran, and Marius is his coach ostensibly here. I think Teo listens to him. And Marius, who was on the morning show yesterday and is a hoot, we love the kid. He's bright, those big blue eyes, and a lot of fun, and also a keen observer of the passing scene. He's probably going to join us here on the commentary now that his brother is out, at least at some point. But the younger brother is also here, Vigo, Teo's younger brother, and he tells me he's thinking about going to Charleston. In fact, did some kind of an exchange student thing in South Carolina, but it was, I believe it was South Carolina, but it was not. It was in a small town, and it wasn't all that much fun, he said, for him. But he's thinking about going back to Charleston this fall.
Well, if Teo is sailing for Charleston, he would be an early favorite for the intercollegiates at the end of the year, I would think.
Intercollegiate match racing.
Match racing championship, which is held very late each year.
Okay, now we're about to come to a decision point where Justin Callahan, who is the top team coming out of the rounds robin, there he is on the screen, and he will get to choose. There's a media boat over there. That's our media boat. That's Jeffrey Peterson, who's also been coaching as well as commentating. He's coaching not only Justin but also Dylan C. and Michael Kirkman. And they're talking, no doubt, about whom they are going to. Justin ultimately will make the call, who there will be their semifinalist opponent. Andrew, any different thoughts than before?
I think he'll pick Pinckney.
Matt?
I think you pick Pinckney, but it's not. You cannot make arguments for everyone there.
No, yeah.
He's just lost to Pinckney. Do you want to face the defending champion
Good point.
or the guy who's come second in the round robin? I think all three are. There's negatives to all.
I would not pick Josh.
I would not. Josh Hyde could easily win this thing. He's sailing really well. He's sailed really well all week. He is quietly confident. He's coaching Ethan Fong, his club comrade. It's just the camaraderie here is fabulous. We talked about it earlier today. And I would not bet against Josh Hyde winning taking the whole enchilada here.
Yeah, I would not either.
Who's coming down here in this final match of Flight 22?
Tapper in the blue kite, Hyde in the green kite. So Hyde still owes a penalty, so there's a yellow flag up in the umpire boat. So Hyde needs to overtake and then be able to offset penalties. So here they still have a jibe into the finish here. So Tapper just going to try and hold here for as long as he can. Hyde just trying to roll and be able to jibe. And then if Hyde gets out in front, is able to clear jibe, he's going to be in a real good position to try and offset this penalty. So Hyde looks like he's rolled down and in front, so he does have the option to jibe whenever he wants, and he can decide how he wants to slow this race up and extend this game out.
You can see, you can see the yellow flag on the umpire boat trailing just behind that match. There's also another umpire boat. We call that a wing boat off to their starboard or right side coming downwind, left side on your screen, and that boat is radioing to the relationship of the two boats to the main umpire boat. There's the jibing away, the blue kite being very, very good. Cole Tapper just wants to stay, Matt, away from the opponent who's going to do some dipsy doodles here at the end. Yeah,
and get it so as he at least at some point is going to be on starboard next time they come together. If he can pop his boom over, he's going to be on starboard, and then Hyde does have to ultra around him.
Again, Hyde in the lead, with the green kite, and mainsail number 7 owes a penalty.
Well, a real good job by Hyde just to stop that swing and get it round. He's now got to build speed. In getting that lock, he killed speed, but he's got to build it back here. But doing everything he can do. Tapper getting out, and as soon as Tapper thinks he's got a jibe, he'll take that jibe in.
Yeah, that's it. We had a lead change there. Hyde making a valiant effort. Well, he's still on his air.
Still a chance, but Hyde's got to roll round. Yeah. Tapper can just bow down, just point at the finish line and drift across. Hyde did everything he could do there, but you kind of have to have a little bit of luck that you just come out of that jibe with a bit more speed, and then you can get something done.
But Tapper also did exactly the right thing. He stayed close to his opponent, didn't risk getting a penalty himself, which would have offset and then neutralized. There'd been no penalties. Beautifully done by Cole Tapper and his team of Hamish Vass. Don't call me Voss. I always call him Hamish Voss. It's fun. A superb team, defending champs, Cole, Jack Freewin, and Hamish Vass of the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia. And his last year, as Andy mentioned a minute ago, their last year. They've been sailing together. Jack Freewin is a Kiwi, actually, but they are a very successful yacht racing team, not only in this event, but in others. And now, well, I should mention, too, that other team that they were racing, Josh Hyde, who has been the number 2 team in this event. Josh Hyde representing the, excuse me, I'm getting my paperwork sorted here. Josh is representing, of course, the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron with Zach Fong and Nick Drummond. I wonder if Zach Fong and Ethan Fong are related. Do we know that?
I'm not sure.
Somebody send me a text. One of the Kiwis or somebody here will know that. They must be related somehow. Nonetheless, Josh Hyde will go through as the second place team to Justin Callahan. Justin now in the process of telling the principal race officer, Dr. Don Becker, over on what we call the signal boat. That's the race committee boat, the main race committee boat from which they make the decision, start the race, finish the race, do the signaling, and telling them which team. In fact, I see Justin over there now. Maybe can we get a drone on the back end of the committee boat, of the signal boat? I think Justin has been taken over there by a media boat to tell the race committee of his decision of his semifinal opponent, which will then be communicated to the umpires by Dr. Don Becker, and the umpires will tell all the other teams, and that will seed the teams into this next round of consolation matches. And it will tell us, inform us of what the pairings are in the semifinal. Dr. Don, this is Tom on the media boat.
Cool. I can give you the results. We'll have who's going to sail who in a few minutes, but I can give you the results of the double round robin when you're ready.
Are we ready, guys, to copy Dr. Don Becker? Stand by one, Don.
You're good. Whatever you want.
Go ahead, Don.
Okay, first place with 20 points, Justin Callahan, first place.
Callahan on
Second place
20.
with 18 points is Josh Hyde.
Hyde on 18.
Third place with 16 points is Cole Tapper.
Tapper on 16.
Fourth place with 15 points is Morgan Pinckney.
Pinckney on 15.
Fifth place, Theo Westerlin, 14 points.
Vesterlin on 14.
Sixth place, Michael Kirkman, 13 points.
Kirkman on 13.
Seventh place, Sienna Nichols with 9.
Nichols on 9.
Winning the tiebreaker over Dylan C. with 9 in 8.
That's interesting. C on 8.
Ninth place
Also on
is
9.
Victor Melchior with 6.
Melchior on 6.
10th place is Daniel Kemp with 5.
Kemp on 5.
Winning the tiebreaker over Ethan Fong with 5.
Fong also on 5, but
and
loose.
in 12th place is Adam Letty with 2.
And Letty.
Copy?
Copy, got that. Thank you. Let us know when you have a decision from Justin Callahan.
I will do that, and we'll give you the order of the start for the next round.
Copy, thank you. Media out. That was Dr. Don Becker, the PRO, Principal Race Officer over on the signal boat, giving us. Can I have that list, guys, before you start putting it up on the board for us? Our crack spotters will put this on our boards that here in the up in the cockpit, the upper deck of Adios. Just to recap that, on top, no surprise, winning the round robin phase. Callahan with 20 wins out of a possible of 22, so he lost 2 matches along the way. Hyde, Josh Hyde from New Zealand on 18, Cole Tapper in 3rd place on 16, Morgan Pinckney in 4th on 15 points. Theo Westerland in 5th place, just by a point shy of the semis, as we've been discussing. He's on 14 points. Michael Kirkman from Bayview Yacht Club in Michigan on 13 points in 2-4-6th place. Sienna Nichols from the Balboa Yacht Club on 9 points in 2-4-6. 7th place, Dylan C. was tied with Sienna for 7th place. Interesting, because they were the first and second place team in the Rose Cup, but Sienna was second in Rose. Dylan C. from Newport Harbor Yacht Club was first, and now they're reversed here on a tiebreak. That's how close they are. And then the Melchior team from Denmark on 6 points will be in 9th. Daniel Kemp, also from he is also from New Zealand, on 5 points, and Ethan Fong on 5 points. They were tied, and Kemp gets the tiebreak. And then Adam Letty from Ireland on 2 points is in the 12th position. So what happens now, of course, the top 4 boats advance to the semifinals, which we will begin shortly. And then the other teams will race off to finalize positions 5, 6, 7, and 8, 9, 10, and 11, and 12. And they have a first to win 2, I believe it is. Is that right, Chris Bretschker? Do you know? I think that's right, gang. First to win 2 matches, so that they still, even if they're in 5th place as Vesterland is, and Kirkman, they've been fighting very closely in the leaderboard all along. Now they will sail a best of 2 to see which one finally ends up in 5th place, even though right now they're standing 5th and 6th, and then so on down the list. The semifinals, of course, the winners of those semifinal matches will then advance to the finals, which will begin tomorrow. That's also first to win 3. And then the losers of the semifinal matches will progress to what we call in match racing the petit finale, French term meaning of the consolation. And those 2 losers will fight it out for 3rd and 4th place. As we await here on screen, you can see Justin Callahan of Biscayne Bay Yacht Club in Miami, where he grew up. His dad is a longtime friend of Andy's and mine, Paul Callahan, fabulous gent. The mom also, great sailing family, New York Yacht Club and beyond, as well as their Floridian roots.
Now look at how far it's gone.
And there's their coach, who's
it's weird because
one of our commentators here. Of course, Jeffrey Peterson has been coaching really all the teams in one capacity or another, but particularly Justin and Dylan C. Oh, I beg your pardon. Yeah, Dylan C. And also, Jeffrey's been coaching. Now I'm starting to have an afternoon brain fade. He's been coaching Michael Kirkman from Michigan, if I remember well. And there is Justin hopping off. Can we go to them? Is Jeffrey going to tell us? Is Justin going to tell us his choice? Oh, we are. Let's go to Jeffrey Peterson, who's got Justin Callahan in his media boat.
Yeah, hey Justin. So we're here with Justin. We are excited. He has announced his pick for the semifinal matchup. So Justin, go ahead and tell the world who you're going to be racing.
Yeah, we chose to race Morgan. Definitely not an easy choice. We asked the chief umpire for extra time because we said, all these 3 opponents that we're going against are all really, really good. So yeah, we just chose Morgan, and that was it.
So, you're racing Morgan. How do you approach that? How do you reset? You just lost to him in the round robin phase. Tough race, it was light air. I think we were doing, you looked like you sailed a good race, but didn't end up coming away with the win. How do you kind of drop that race and reset knowing you're going up against one of the people who's only one of 2 people to beat you this regatta so far?
Yeah, we're not even looking at it like that. I think we just, it's more like we went the wrong way. We got the left, he got the right, and did a little mistake on the ley line, but we were confident in our speed. If we, whoever we choose, we got to go against someone. Chose Morgan, and it's kind of it. I'm just ready to go sailing.
Yeah, right on. Back to you in the booth, unless you guys have any other questions for Justin while I got him. I know he's going to be a busy guy, so we want to make sure he goes and gets prepared.
Matt, go ahead.
So Justin, what sort of thing are you going to focus on for the next couple of hours? So what do you think the race course is going to look like? Do you think it's going to be a speed driven, or do you think it's going to be a tactic and puff driven race course?
Yeah, so the question there was, what are you going to be focusing on the next couple of hours, and what do you think of this race course? Do you think it's going to be a tactical race course or more of a boat speed race course?
I don't know. I think a little bit of both. We've kind of seen the wind pick up and trend right now, and now just kind of taper it off a little bit. We've seen it's pretty streaky, so I think it'll be a little bit of both. It's not quite the most stable breeze out here, so I think it's just definitely going to be a more eyes out of the boat race coming up. You know, look up at 2 minutes, see what you want, and go from there and bet on yourself.
Jeffrey, great. Thank you. Thanks, Justin, for us. We're looking forward to the semifinal. Let him.
Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Jeffrey, we're trying to get you, if possible, to go over and talk to Morgan, if there's any chance, and maybe even the other semifinalists. But thank you, Jeffrey Peterson, who's been coaching here, as we mentioned a couple times. And Jeffrey is also our, what we might call a sideline commentator, like you would have in basketball or football, but he's our roving boat, we call it, and doing a superb job. Here's Morgan Pinckney now right behind us on the media boat, Adios. And Morgan, having gotten through Matt just on the skin of his teeth, that was close.
Yeah, it was tough. Morgan definitely made it harder than he needed to. He needed one win today, and he decided to wait for the third race to do it. I think, shows that Morgan's competitive with Justin, so it's not like Justin might have won more race in the round robin, but Morgan beat him in one of them, so, this is going to be a good series. We've seen them race together before. Both good sailors, so I think Morgan knows what he needs to do. He knows he can win these races. Just needs to, make sure he channels his that better side of him, which he's got, which he knows he can do. He's done a lot before and is going to continue doing.
Well, and he's been third twice in the Governor's Cup, so he's motivated. I've talked to him a fair bit about this. He's motivated to break out of that. I wouldn't call it a mold, but out of that third place. Can't even call it a bridesmaid. He's obviously either going to be in the finals if he can somehow beat Justin. I think that's a tough ask, frankly. So we'll see. Morgan Pinckney is, we going to get them on by any chance?
We're working on it.
Good job. Thank you. Our crack team here, not only of spotters, but our production team, Chris Bretschker and co. How many guys do you have now on the team? 20? 19 people flying drones, doing audio, driving the boat, fixing us lunch and food and beverage, and otherwise taking care of the good ship Adios that belongs to his mom and dad, Commodore Pete Bretschker and Kari, and we appreciate very much their hospitality as usual. We have the pairings now from Dr. Don Becker and the race committee, which Matt will go through in a moment in the next matches going forward. But, of course, Chris, we're going to pay most of the attention to the semifinals, needless to say. And I would think a little bit about these two semifinals. Now we know that it's Tapper and Hyde. And you know what? I'm not sure I'd call Tapper just based on his last year's win and being the defending champion, yada, yada. I'm not sure I'd automatically give him the nod, Matt. I think Josh Hyde has been sailing exceedingly well and could well carry forward here into the finals by beating Tapper.
That I can see it going either way. I think I would lean on Tapper. I think he's got that deep down self-confidence that he's done it time and time again in match racing events around the world, where when it comes to the semi-finals and finals, he's converted into winning them. So I think having won a regatta in these boats and doing all of that, I think I would err on him.
Okay, great. Let's go down to Morgan Pinckney now, who is with Jeffrey Peterson.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I'm here with Morgan Pinckney. He was just informed that he'll be racing Callahan in the semifinals. Morgan, that was a pretty epic semifinal race. You stepped up and won the one you needed to make your, book your ticket to the semis. How do you reset now? You're going up against a team. It's 20-2. What are your thoughts on that?
Seeing that last race, I'm really just not that concerned. I'm surprised he picked us, and I'm feeling good, and there's no reset. We're just going to keep going hammer down on him.
Yeah, right on, hammer down. You know, you guys have been sailing well. You know, the commentators, you guys look great. Your boat handling looks great. Your speed looks great. What do you think is going to be, you know, one of the key factors going into the semifinal matchup to take the win?
I think we're quite a bit quicker than them. I think this breeze is going to build, and we just want to go even, no splits, and just go faster than them and win every race.
And back to you guys in the booth. Do you guys have any questions for Morgan before we let him get prepared for the semifinals?
Matthew?
So Morgan, you talking a big fighting game here. Like, what is it you saw in that race that you think was the key advantage you think you have in these semifinals over Team Callahan?
Yeah. So the question is, you're talking a big game. You had obviously a great win in that race. What do you think was the key differentiator in that one to win it?
We're heavier and pressing on the jib, and these boats are powered up, and they respond well to that. I mean, we're on max, so I don't think they are, and I think anytime we're powered up, we have a good advantage. So we don't need to do anything tricky or put ourselves in weird positions, and as long as we do that, I think we're going to be fine.
Yeah, Jeffrey, that was the question I was going to ask. Morgan, with 4 up in the boat, he's got 3 crew plus himself. And Justin has just the 3 of them in the boat. What advantage does Morgan think besides weight? Is there an advantage in having an extra set of eyes and hands?
They're asking, obviously the difference in weight is a big factor between the 3 and 4, but are there any other advantages in your mind that having that extra set of person? Is it extra set of eyes, extra set of hands? What do you think is one of the big advantages other than the weight?
I mean, I think this is going to be a tight final or semifinal. Me and Justin have been pretty even going in each other's necks in the past in match racing. So I think anytime there's one of those tight little fights, that extra hands is super helpful. You know, getting the kite down or helping get it back up or extra lines trimmed in. That extra hand will, I think, be a big factor in this little series.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. You know, there's definitely a difference. Every skipper's got their own preference of being 3 or 4, but rest assured, I'm pretty sure you guys have a pretty good history of racing each other, and this is sure to be a firecracker semifinal.
Oh, it's going to be so entertaining. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, that's with Morgan. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, as are we. Jeffrey, thank you very much. Great work. Harvard versus Yale. Callahan Collegiate Sailor of the Year at Harvard this year.
Good job, boys. And
And
good luck, you guys.
Morgan, one of the top collegiate sailors, sailing for rival Yale University, New Haven, Connecticut. Harvard, of course, up in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in Boston. But we are going to take a brief break, about a 10-minute break here, pause for the proverbial cause, and then we'll be back with the semifinals on Gov Cup TV here in Newport Beach, California, in about 10 minutes. Welcome back to Newport Beach, California. A minute to go to the start of the first semifinal match at the 58th Annual Governor's Cup Regatta. Tom Eamon alongside Andy Rose and Matt Whitfield. What do we have here, Matt?
45 seconds to go in this first semifinal. Tapper to leeward in boat 2, Hyde to windward in boat 7. Coming into this to this start here. About 15-20 seconds from the committee boat here, so bit of time to burn here. Tapper to leeward, able to control what Hyde's doing. If Hyde were to tack out, he's not going to lay it through this start line here. So advantage Tapper right now. So here 0-0. Tapper trying to build speed high and just get Hyde locked into windward.
Guys, Hyde has actually had the better rounds robin series, which was pretty impressive. But Cole's going to be tough in this.
Yeah, I think they're real good job from Hyde just to get that tiny bit of separation be able to build so he could get onto port before start.
Yep. But
I think slight advantage Tapper off the start, but Hyde did a real good job of making it
pretty much across the course. So there aren't those light spots. Can you get, Ryan, can you look over the compass and get us a approximate wind direction? It's on the starboard side there. 235. So that's, Tom, as you know, you've been out here long enough. 235 is starting to get good.
And do you like the right there for?
I think so. I think at 235 or so, what do you think? Ryan Davidson, one of our great spotters, also a superb sailor from Newport Beach.
I think it was good.
Yeah.
It's a good direction for it.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's starting to go to it'll always be southwest, but it's starting to go more west of south.
This is the first match of the semifinals. There's a second semifinal about to begin. This is a first to win 3. And the winners of these 2 semis obviously will meet in the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, you can see the breeze difference of those of you who've been watching us today. The breeze difference now, everybody's fully hiked. The boats are incredibly responsive. But, still, Tom, I'm just amazed we could complete all those races this morning in 5 knots, and they were fair races.
And at times less than 5 knots.
Yeah, indeed.
Matt Whitfield, there was an interesting move there. I'm sorry to talk like Sail GP. The Tapper went, he's protecting the left, it looks like.
Yeah, I think Tapper just thought there, he was able to tack on a Hyde, give him some dirty wind, wanted to stay in sync with him here. So I think Tapper, doesn't want to take the right, which sometimes he might. But here, if he crosses the line, he just wants to get that right-hand side and have starboard advantage coming in at the top.
There's still some, I don't mean to say that as it goes right, there aren't still some shifts, because there are. But the tendency will be to the right, we think.
Yeah, so here, Tapper just going, I'm happy for you to go bow forwards here on me, but when you come back in, I'm going to be able to slam dunk on you, and we're going to be able to lead you back on this ley line at some point.
Yep.
Cole Tapper, Jack Freeman, and Hamish Vass from the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia, the defending champs of this regatta, up against the runner-up in the coming out of the rounds robin, Andy, Josh Hyde of the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, sailing with Zach Fong and Nick Drummond.
That's close.
Yeah, one thing to note about the sailing styles upwind is Tapper looks like he's sailing a little bit of a lower groove, just trying to really press against that jib, which, I think we've seen in previous years. Definitely the boats that sail lower are definitely faster overall over a range of conditions.
Without question. These are very modern boats in that they have a T keel with a bulb on the bottom, but the cord depth is very thin, so they are very thin keels. Just like if you recall, an airplane, when you see the flaps go down, much more lift when you have a lot of flaps. But these are, there's no flaps. They're just narrow keels. You have to get the boat through the water so the keel will work. And that's a close race. That's great. That's what we'd expect. These were the 4 sailors that we predicted to get into this, but boy, Tom Morgan didn't have an easy time of it.
Well, and full marks to Theo Westerlund from Sweden, who almost squeezed his way into the semi and eclipsing Morgan Pinckney.
Yep, in his first Governor's Cup. And we believe Theo will be invited next year again, and he would be an early favorite to be a semifinalist.
Yeah, here, Tapper just inside ahead, Hyde here is just going to try and soak down inside and try and get good set, and if he can get the hook, great. If he can't get the hook, he's going to be in a good position to attack on the jibe here. It's all about boat handling here. Both almost perfect sets, if not
Tapper's
perfect.
was good. Josh's was better. Hyde's was perfect.
What fantastic racing. I'm sorry
It really
to say
is.
that, but let's go look at this other match, shall we? Got the other semifinal getting underway here between Callahan and Pinckney, the Harvard and Yale rivals. In the pre-start area now, Callahan in mainsail number 10 and Pinckney in mainsail number 5.
With 35 seconds to go here, Pinckney to leeward. Pinckney liked this left-hand side on this last race, and I think off the start, and then, you know, took the right-hand side up the beat. Callahan kind of acknowledged after the race that he wished he got the right-hand side, so he's done a good job here of getting that right-hand side here. Callahan's going to have the option to lead out. But it does look like there's a bit of port bias on the line here, so if Pinckney can do a good speed build here, he might be able to get across when they do their first cross come back in. 3 seconds to go here.
I'm not sure it's true anymore, but back in the day in match racing, and even fairly recently, the first cross, the boat that wins the first cross, meaning when the boats come at each other from port and starboard tacks, the first boat to cross the other one closer to the mark wins like 75% of the time. Not sure it's true with these boats, Tom.
Well, I think the racing has been so amazing here this whole week, not just today. But we got a close match in the first semifinal coming downhill on leg 2 of 4. And we got already what looks like another barn burner, as we would say in Michigan, here in the second semifinal match between Callahan and Pinckney going upwind on their first leg.
So that's Josh Hyde ahead, I believe.
Yeah, Hyde rolled on that jibe there and is able to get down and be able to potentially be. I think he can jibe and cross, come back to that down to these gates.
Indeed, I think he can, and actually Cole is showing that because he jibed early. So Cole is conceding and now wants to, drag him back upwind. And Josh is actually doing the right thing by just staying on now jibe. No danger of Cole getting on his air. This would be an extremely minor upset. I think Josh Hyde and Cole Tapper are almost of equal skill, and the skill level is extremely high. But this should be an incredible semifinal. It already is.
And looks like in the Pinckney-Callahan race, Pinckney's had a real good high mode up there, and he's been able to get slight bit of control. Tapper coming in, Tapper does look like he has mark room on this inside mark, though.
I believe he does, yes.
Hyde must let Tapper go inside here. If Tapper wants to go left-hand turn, he
and
must
Hyde's
give
going to
it.
go. Yeah, and Hyde is indeed going to go to the right. Well, that's almost like a starting line as far as it's square to the wind. Both boats rounding at the same time. So this is effectively still a tie.
Maybe minor advantage Tapper being able to go out to what we think is the favored right-hand side, and if they do come together, he would be on starboard, but, very, very, very close.
There are other matches going on to determine 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th places, and we're going to check in with them from time to time, but focus on these semifinal matches for obvious reasons.
Yeah, you will forgive us for doing that, but it is it's a little hard to cover 6 different pairs.
So here you can see both the semi-final matches on your screen. The closer one, Hyde and Tapper to leeward, Hyde to windward. And in the distance, you've got Pinckney to windward and Callahan to leeward. Pinckney been really fast on this, like he was saying in between these 2 races. He thinks he's got a speed advantage upwind now with his extra man. So he's maybe making that work, maybe that show, and he's just beaten Callahan in these conditions, and now he's been able to gain in hull speed up this beat.
Yeah, once you're, once there's a little bit of breeze, being closer to the weight limit, which Morgan is, and as I said earlier, Justin is light, and I think most of the boats are a little light, but I think Pinckney must be sort of close to it anyway.
Pinckney's on the weight. Callahan's about 40 to 50, 60 pounds under.
Yep.
Depends on the breakfast.
Well, they serve a terrific breakfast at BALBOA Yacht Club, so. Did we just went off?
No.
So
there we go.
So they're rounding this red mark here. So, Pinckney sailed and passed the ley line, just leading back here.
Yeah, the yellow mark is not significant at the moment. That's an alternative windward mark. And they're going for the orange mark.
So here, Pinckney with a nice little lead. You see they've both set their poles up for a heli pole, so as soon as they tack round, they can put the pole on and get a good set still.
No, it's back now. It just had moments. No worries. Oops.
So here, pretty good set by Morgan Pinckney and his team there. So just able to get round and get that kite driving them downwind as fast as possible.
Oh, yeah, I'm not on.
No, you are on. You just can't hear yourself. Go ahead.
I just can't hear myself.
Yeah.
Okay, we got about a 2 boat length lead, which is, you know, as Jeffrey Peterson said earlier, and we've said, if you're behind by 2 boat lengths going downwind with asymmetrical chutes like this, that is almost an advantage.
Yeah, although real good jibe there by Pinckney just to keep that boat driving through the jibe. And
Without
looks
question.
like he is breathing out front. His bow's a little bit forward of Callahan. I don't think Callahan's quite on his breeze, but he's right on the edge. Any disturbance in Pinckney's sails, and, you know, Callahan's going to be able to get that speed and come down onto him.
Yeah, I think Justin Callahan has a bit of a puff. As we said before, the puffs will come from the weathermost boat first, and when it's still light, it takes him a little bit to get down to the other boat, and I think Justin right now is taking advantage of that.
Yeah, and he's able to just pick up the wave and move that little bit bow forwards a little bit earlier.
Yeah, we've seen, Tom, an extraordinary number of passes downwind in this series so far, haven't we?
Well, through the whole, since these Gov Cup 22s really have been out that we've seen.
Yep.
Pinckney leading in that other match, coming downhill on their, leg 2, right, Ryan?
Yep.
And in the other semi-final match, Josh Hyde leading to the second top mark with a small lead over Cole Tapper. That race still going. Maybe 3 or 4 boat lengths at the top, and Tapper looks like he extended out and gained a little bit.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
Looks like Tapper's kite is just a little bit more powerful there than Josh Hyde, as though he's in a slightly better breeze. And I
think he's coming up. Look at the difference in angle. But Josh, you know, Hyde and his crew are doing, that's great Spinnaker work. I reckon that's trimmed perfectly. He's just trying to soak a little bit. So the difference in angle, when boats go a little higher, closer to the direction of wind, they will increase in speed, but of course you're sailing a farther distance.
So Tapper here, he's being able to get the controlling position here.
Yep, Tapper's definitely caught up, but good move by Josh Hyde. Just what you do, boy. His Spinnaker's not full, oh boy. Again, how many times have we said how important the crew work is?
That's why we keep reading their names.
Yep.
Because they are every bit as important.
Without question.
As the helm.
So Tapper not quite far enough forward, I think, to get too much
agree with
projection. He might be able to get there, but he's not there just yet.
I agree with you, yeah.
Every meter they go out this way, it helps Josh Hyde a little bit on that jibe back. There's going to be a bit easier. So the longer he can hold here before getting disturbed, if he even does, the better.
You know what I've always loved about match racing is that I guarantee on those 2 boats, none of any of the people are thinking anything other than where I am right now with this match race, what I can do. And you know, when you think about it, there are not too many times in life when that happens.
I think Tapper's
beautiful jibe by Josh Hyde.
Tapper's done a good job there of getting up on Hyde's line. I think he
but
might
he's not
be
quite
to.
there.
No.
Yeah, he's conceding, so Josh now has to come back. Now Josh is doing what I think is pretty wise, is don't tack right under him because then you might get rolled. I think go another 3 or 4 boat lengths and then jibe so you have clear air.
I go to the jibe ley line. I do a Harry Price now.
Yeah, just go to the ley line.
Go to the jibe ley line.
And again, Tom, the ley line is?
Ley line is the direct line into your next destination, in this case the finish line, without having to make any more sail GP maneuvers.
There you go.
Jibes or tacks.
And I think here, Hyde jibing back in, coming in. I think he's going to jibe on Tapper's line here, just extend out towards that committee boat coming into the finish here.
Yeah, it's always tough. When he crosses under, he was affected briefly by Cole Tapper's Spinnaker, but he was he was going fast on a fairly high angle. So I think he's right. He's going. Looks like to me like the pin end's a little closer.
Yeah, the pin end's slightly higher up. So, you know, Tapper has come across here and Tapper does look like he's got some good hole speed, so, you know, he is making a bit, but is it enough?
You know, in match racing, one of the things, when you're ahead like that, Josh did exactly the right thing. Okay, we're not going to play with him anymore. We're going to go for one jibe and in. We're closer. We're going to do this, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Tapper's got the hole speed right now, so this is neck and
boy,
neck
this
here.
This is neck and neck. Oh, yeah, get the committee boat flag.
Can't see the flag on the committee boat here.
That was as close as you can get, folks. But what's the flag? We're looking for the flag. Either the blue or the yellow flag from the committee boat signals who won.
I think it's already been up and down.
They won't do it since it's during the start. There's a start happening at the same time.
Oh, was it? So they won't do it. Good call. Ryan Davidson, one of our ace spotters and a podium finisher at the Governor's Cup some years ago, has just said they won't do that because there's another start in progress. We'll find out from Signal, from the race committee boat.
Signal Media. They're a bit busy over there.
I did it. What?
Oh, maybe it was just so loud.
I did it. I'm sorry.
Signal Media.
Matt wants to hold it the whole time.
Bosun, let me know if they are changing boats.
Signal Media. Winner, please, of that first semi.
Hyde was the winner by a very small margin.
Copy, thanks.
That much.
Oh, you heard it.
So Josh Hyde did, in fact, win that, but it must have been, Tom, by a foot or two. I mean, that's as close as you can get.
You know, and I think Hyde actually made a mistake. Once he was away on Port Jai, would have done the Harry Price and extended even further. He went back and did another cross.
Yeah.
I would have kept going on port, done only one jibe and in, one and done, into the finish line, come in on starboard tack, kept control.
I think, actually, Tom, I agree with you. I think that's right.
Those two extra jibes.
But no one's going to remember that. They'll remember the 1-0.
Well, you're right. But still, he's a smart boy. He'll remember, well, maybe that didn't work out, so I almost handed that race back to Tapper.
Yeah, he had a lead. I agree with you, Tom. He had a lead that he should have been able to protect pretty easily.
But what do I know? I'm just a simple country commentator from Michigan.
Yeah, a college All-American and all that. So, you know, you're okay, Eamon.
Well, you're too kind. Let's go back to this other match. Pinckney's still leading that, right, with the gray kite?
Pinckney got a good lead, big lead. So he's been able to extend out up this beat. He was able to lead around the right gate, get a bit more pressure, gain a little bit more. And now he should be able to nurse this down to the finish.
Andy, I don't think you were up here when we had an interview after the rounds robin, and Callahan was okay. I'm here. I'm going to be okay. We've had good speed. Here we go. And he picked Pinckney, and Morgan came on. We interviewed him. Then Jeffrey had got him onto the media boat, and Morgan was super confident.
Yeah.
Super gung ho. Like, I'm here. I've got a crew of 4, as Matt said. We're going to have some breeze. I'm going to be really good.
Yep.
And look at what's happening here.
In the 4 years that I've known him, as I said, I've never seen him more confident from the start to the finish of this. He just, okay, I lost that race, but it doesn't matter because I'm going to win.
And notwithstanding, he was at the World Youth Match Racing Championship last week in Poland, flew all the way back here, as did a couple of the others, and is jet-lagged and tired, but has acclimatized and looks like he's come good.
Without question. He's Tom, we talked before. He went to the 505 Worlds a few years ago, having never sailed a 505. He had a few practice days, and we happened to have some great 5.0 sailors at Newport Harbor Yacht Club, and he won the first race out of 50-some-odd boats. I'm sorry, most normal people don't do that.
Well, he went to the Worlds. Was it Royal Cork?
He ended up 5th overall.
Royal Cork.
At Royal Cork.
Yeah,
there you go.
County Cork in Ireland.
But, he's one of the most exceptionally talented sailors in the United States. I think, record-based, only Justin Callahan can really lay claim to that title. But these two are spectacular.
Yet, here we see Justin Callahan of Harvard racing his Harvard in Cambridge, Mass, outside of Boston. Racing his Ivy League rival from Yale, from New Haven, Connecticut. Callahan from Florida and Pinckney from SoCal here in Newport Beach. And the first match looks like it's going to go short of the proverbial sea monster. It's going to go
Look
to
at that jive by
Pinckney.
By Morgan, though. I mean, he and his crew are just, they came out of that incredibly.
Yeah, I don't think you heard also, Andy, when Matty and I were up here gasbagging about what might happen in the semis, and we both were ambivalent, frankly, about picking Tapper or Hyde. And I said, if I had to choose, if I had to lay my chips on the table in Las Vegas, I think I'd pick Hyde. I think Hyde has looked really good all week, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if he knocks off Tapper.
No, I agree with you, Tom. He's back, and I know last week was very disappointing for him. I think he got 13th or 14th or something, which was surprised the hell out of me, frankly, in the Worlds. But very different conditions there and very different boats. And, Josh has had a year in these boats, and he won a lot of stuff in New Zealand this last year.
So Morgan Pinckney coming across the finish line, go 1-0 in his semi-final against the round-robin winner, Justin Callahan. Morgan Pinckney and his team from Newport Harbor Yacht Club, knocking off the first win there. 2 more to go for them. They were pretty confident going in. Morgan was talking a big game, and he's backed it up. That's what great sailors do.
That's what great sailors do, without question. Well, like coming back in the last race of the round robin, that he needed to win, and when you need to win, good sailors, great sailors win.
And back on this Tapper Hyde thing, not to belabor the point, but Cole hasn't had a great week.
He's not.
He didn't. I wouldn't say he struggled to get in the semis. He always looked like he was going to be okay, and had a very good first day. But then he lost 3 races, if I remember well, on race day 2 in the rounds robin. He lost three more.
3 of these semifinalists.
Exactly, and he lost 3 more on day 3 of the rounds robin. So he lost 6 matches, and maybe did he lose any earlier today? Can't remember now, but doesn't really matter. But he's not had the stellar.
But to lose I'm not sure exactly what the score was, but to lose 6 matches for Cole Tapper is highly unusual.
Yeah, last year's defending champion, as
exactly.
we've said any number of times. What are we looking at here on the screen, gents?
This is the Leddy Fong match, which is in the pre-start. This is the 11th, 12th playoff match. So they're going through. They do a best of 5 series. I think first of 3 wins, which they'll do 2 of which today, and then come out tomorrow.
First to 2.
First to 2.
Okay.
Congratulations, first to 2.
They'll do, I think, 1 today and 1 tomorrow.
But that's one of the nice features of this format, which I like, is that everybody keeps sailing. And so what they're sailing for is the 5th place boat will sail the 6th place boat, 7 and 8, etc. And for those places, and those places, especially in the top levels, are important because the World Sailing does do a youth match racing ranking system, and the higher you get in the fleet, the more points you get.
And
that's how you get invited to some regattas.
And they are, as you said, important, but you like this system because it's a better system, not because you designed it.
Well, I don't know, Tom, I'm getting to the age where I may have designed it, but I forget.
It is a better system. I also have said more than once how much I like and appreciate your double round robin fetish that you have for that versus a single round robin and going into quarterfinals at match racing championships.
The quarterfinals always tend to be, it's the upper part of the fleet against the bottom part of the fleet. You seldom see any. You do occasionally, but you seldom see any upsets.
1 versus 8, 2 versus 7.
It's
croutonic.
Everybody keeps sailing. Everybody keeps sailing the rounds robin. I mean, look, after the first day, would you have said that Theo Vestlund would be almost a semifinalist?
No, but we got him on the morning show and he came good.
Yeah, exactly.
And we gave him some makeup. We had hair and makeup that was the first time.
Much makeup,
but guess who else took hair and makeup that day? Morgan Pinckney.
All right.
So, it's good luck to be on the morning show and to take hair and makeup when it's offered. Okay, I jest, of course, but.
Yes, indeed.
The other thing that we keep saying, Andrew, that's I think important is the kids, the skippers, the competitors are so much more media savvy now
Without question.
than ever. You know, in the past, I remember you trying to get more than 3 words out of Harry Price, speaking of Harry Price. And now
Tom, in my old career with him, I never did.
Well, you got a few, but I managed now to get a sentence out of him or maybe a paragraph even. And he's even sent us a couple of videos, Harry Price, who won the Gov Cup, twice?
Which was great.
And he's, there's a, do we have, we're watching that. This is what match? The Fong-Letty match? Yeah. Going to be some, they greened it.
So green flag, so they must think Fong didn't have to alter until Letty had already completed his jibe. It was quite hard to see whether that sail filled on the screen there.
But Harry Price, who now, and of course he had a lot more media work. He's older. He's mid-20s.
No, without question.
Sydney Hobarts, but he is one of the stars of the Sydney 18, the 18-footer league in Sydney. And he sent us a video or two.
You know, all his mates told me that, Andy, you should just interview Harry after a couple of beers. He's a lot more loquacious.
Well, aren't we all?
But yeah, exactly. But
not you. You're loquacious.
Harry Price, of course, with his fantastic parents, David Price, Pricey, and the lovely Christiane, who is just my, I don't know, like the epitome. Is that
epitome? Anyway,
right? The epitome of Australian women. She's just awesome.
And his sister Olivia, who is a silver medalist.
Yep.
Silver medalist in the 2012 games.
Again to the Olympics.
Yep.
So, no, Olivia is great. I was able to help her a little bit in the last campaign, and what a great family. And they're just such fans, even if Olivia or Harry are not in a regatta. I mean, I guarantee they're watching some of this.
No doubt.
And they've been just super fans for all this.
No doubt. Is not only are they watching, they're sending me comments.
Great.
Throughout. But just to finish that point, the kids are so much more media savvy. It used to be like pulling teeth to get them to come on the morning show or to get them to come on the Road to the Governor's Cup series that we run ahead of time. Now they call us, hey, I'm ready, I can come on, give me a date, or how about this date? And that is refreshing, and it's great for our sport.
Well, I think it's great for the spectator. You know, my mom, Tom, I've told you this before, my mother always said she loves sports, and she said, I could be interested in any sport as long as I know something about the players.
Yeah.
And that's what we try to do with both Tom's series on Sailing Illustrated, the Road to the Gov Cup, and we try to feature them. You know, we keep repeating the crew because that's important. And then you've seen them on the Tuesday night show and the morning shows. And they're worth getting to know because these sailors are incredible and it's refreshing. It gives you optimism about the world.
Off here to our port side, Matt, see if you can get an eyeball on that. Cole Tapper has a code flag L, Lima, which is the signal to the bosuns, led by Father Greg Newman. And there's something amiss with his yacht, boat number 2, and they've called the bosuns over to help fix whatever the problem is, or the alleged problem. We now have a drone shot of that, Cole Tapper and his team. Code flag L, Lima.
Yes, so it's hard to see what the issue is on the boat. They're discussing it with Pat Lever, so Pat's going to find whatever and make sure that they're good to go. So as everyone, because these boats are provided. So
69. I wonder if we could try to ping them and see what's going on.
I wonder if it's to do with the hanks on the jib, because I know a few of the teams have been saying the hanks often pop off, so maybe they've broken a hank or something.
Wow. Now, Matt explain what a hank is. They're cloth hanks.
It goes round the forestay, so on the front of the jib, on the luff of the jib, there's little loops that go round the forestay, just so as when the jib gets lowered and hoisted, it stays in the correct shape. And I know there's been a few issues with a couple of them over the last couple of days, so I wonder if that's, particularly as they look like they're playing around with their jib.
Okay, there was the report on Channel 16.9, Andy, from the bosun. They've checked, and they said everybody's ready to go sailing. So whatever the problem was, it was either fixed or fixable or was a non-issue.
Well, Tom, we've talked about this before, but every part of this huge volunteer group that puts on this regatta are crucial, and the bosuns maybe on the race course especially so. Any kind of breakdown on any one of the boats, and they tend to be extremely minor but important. And here again we have an example of them just fixing it. say everything's fine, let's go. Kudos to them.
Indeed. One of the key people in the regatta, Father Greg Newman, co-owner of your boat, of It's Okay, the Andrews 50.
And Pat Lieber, who we've been sailing with for 24 years, I think.
The
And
kid
he's
on
only
the bow.
39.
Kid on the bow, right?
Yeah.
And now.
He's a great bowman. But he's also a great bosun. He was actually Tom the bosun for the first 3 days. Father Newman was not here, I think, until yesterday.
He was banking. He's a banker.
Yeah, he has a real job.
As a lot of people do who volunteer for these regattas.
I do too, but I know what's important.
If you are just joining us, we're a couple hundred meters off Newport Beach, California, in the Pacific Ocean on, now can we call this, Andrew, champagne conditions?
No, I think Prosecco.
Prosecco conditions.
Yeah.
It's getting up there. Regardless of Chamber of Commerce Day, a spectacular day here. Day 4 of racing at the 58th edition, 58th Annual Governor's Cup, the most prestigious international youth match racing championship in the world, modeled after the Congressional Cup, which has been going on up the shore here at Long Beach Yacht Club for a couple of years longer than this. The granddaddy of all the international match racing events. And through this event and through the Congressional Cup, Andy, a lot of people have been matriculated, to use a Stanford word, to the America's Cup, and only once have those 3 trophies, the Governor's Cup,
I was just going to say that.
Governor's Cup and the Congressional Cup and the America's Cup, only once have they all been together on one table.
And that is thanks to then Vice Commodore of the Golden Gate Yacht Club, the holder of the cup.
Sumkerton.
Thanks to Tom Eamon, who did that. And actually, I believe we did it twice.
Yeah, I think we
did
did.
Once early, and then we did once for the 50th. Yeah. And that used to be the progression. I was one of many sailors that were able to do pretty well in the Governor's Cup and then the Congressional Cup, and then sailed in the America's Cup. I didn't do quite as well at that.
Not bad, though.
No, not bad. But, and I, we have talked about this a lot, and anybody that's heard me at all, it's sort of my rant, that if we go back to real boats, there'll be 12 or, 13 sailors on board an 80-foot planing monohull. Mm-hmm. And you know what? Our friend Victor this morning, Melchior, who's a Dane who actually sails the Wasp, which is a single-handed dinghy that has foils.
Foiling dinghy, one design.
Yeah, one design. And he loves it. He said, no, this is great. But I asked him yesterday and again this morning just to confirm it. I said, but, with the America's Cup and stuff, he says, oh, no, that should be, and today I think he said it best, sailing should be for sailors. Mm. And I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, technology's old.
Aren't they down to 4 people on the boat?
Yes, that's the plan, although there's plenty of other problems. There's other dam to come over the water, as they say, in Michigan.
Yep.
Water to come over the dam before this 38th edition of the America's Cup gets back on the water. It's scheduled to be in Napoli, Italy, in 2027, but there is not yet an agreement between the challenger of record, the Royal Yacht Squadron Limited of Matt's home country, and the defender, the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, until there's an agreement on the conditions governing the match, the so-called protocol. I wonder who named it the protocol. Some kid from Michigan named it the protocol back in 1992 when he was running the Cup in San Diego. And nonetheless, that is still up in the air, and this is real racing, Andy. The kids all applauded when he said that this morning.
Yep,
and Melchior said on the morning show stage, this is sailing for sailors.
We've had 2. We had a one design 48 and then this Andrews 50, and Patrick Lieber and Trevor Gurley and a bunch of the sailors, Chris Bretschker, Tyler Woke, were all good enough. They were as good as anybody I'd sailed with on the 4 different maxi boats I was technician on, or any of the America's Cup campaigns, and they will have no chance. They will never be able to sail in the America's Cup, and that's awful. That is really awful.
Now, you know who's been listening to us through all this rant, our little mini rant, is Jeffrey Peterson, who's another one who would love to get involved in Sail GP or the America's Cup if there were real yachts competing, not these geckos that we've got right now. Let's go to Jeffrey, who's aboard our media roving boat. Jeffrey?
Tom? It's been a good afternoon so far. I think the semifinals are, shaping up to be an interesting battle. I have to say that I was a little surprised to see both Justin and Cole lose. I think Cole had a little bit of a closer race. Justin kind of trailed off the line and trailed around the rest of the race course. So, knowing them, knowing all those teams, they're not considering that loss in any bit in their mind. As far as they're concerned, the score is 0-0, and all that matters is going after this next race.
Well, who's the Callahan coach? I wonder if we should be talking to his coach and see what strategy he gave him.
Yeah, I'm his coach, and I'm going to have a few words with his coach about the performance that he's having. Coach and I will have a little discussion and be prepared for the next race.
So you're going to have a discussion with yourself, and what advice would you give him now going into one down in a first-to-win-3 match? That is Justin Callahan. With the racing, he chose the 4th place boat. He chose Morgan Pinckney to race in the semifinal, and now he's on the short end of the stick. That's correct.
Going down one when you pick, the pick and lose is a pretty tough feeling to swallow. But then again, he did the right thing. If you're not sure, you just go with the 4th place boat and you race it out. And I think, the advice I'd give him is reset. It doesn't matter. Even if you go down 2 races here, you're still a fighting chance. You're only 0.3 wins away from making your ticket to the finals. So, just take a deep breath, relax, and have fun. That's what really the thing is. It's so easy to get tense.
Jeffrey, I think you'd know more than most about the being ahead or down 0-2. Eh?
Yes, I very rarely have come back from an 0-2, but I've personally experienced a lot of 2-0 into losing 3 straight races to lose regattas.
Jeffrey knows that I give him a lot of stuff, but Jeffrey is, as I said in the program and earlier this year, that Jeffrey and Cole Tapper are arguably the 2 finest youth match racers that have been around for quite a while, and that includes Nick E.J., Harry Price, all that. So Jeffrey's awesome, but it was a tough series, and it's happened to all of us. It's just in the psychology of it is amazing.
Speaking of Tapper, Jeff, were you surprised by the result of the Tapper-Hyde match?
No, Tom, I can't say I'm surprised at it. Josh Hyde and his team have been really on form all regatta, even despite the few losses that they've had. They've really shown that those were a lot of photo finishes. You never really got blown out, per se. So I can't say I'm surprised, and the only thing I am surprised at is that Tapper and his team seem to still be struggling to find their form a little bit. They don't look as clean as the team that raced here in the finals last year, and I think they'd be the first to admit that themselves. And regardless of how this next race goes, they're gonna go back tonight and talk it over, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a more sharp team coming out tomorrow as well.
Yeah, Jeffrey, I agree with you. They do look different. But Cole was telling me the last year was they used to sail with a guy that evidently they were out in Sydney, and the guy was missing every shift, and he got all bummed and whole thing. So he went and stuck his head underwater. And Cole and the crew are going, what are you doing? He says, it's a head dip. And Cole said he got his head out and caught every shift the rest of the day. So I believe after they were 0-2 to you, they all did a head dip. So
that is correct.
Thank God they didn't. Thank God they didn't do it earlier this year, because I believe the Environmental Protection Association would have, or authority would have, Cole would have dumped a lot of hydrogen peroxide into the water.
When he was
killed a lot of fish when he was a blonde.
Yeah. Just before he got here, as you know, Andy, we interviewed him on Road to the Governor's Cup last Friday. Is that somebody calling us? I don't think it's. But in any event, when we interviewed him, he and Hamish and Jack came on live from Sydney, and I put them on late in our afternoon normal Sailing Illustrated show so they didn't have to get up too early down in Sydney, which is minus 7 hours to us. They were still up early. And when he came out, he was blonde, and we were all kind of amazed. But when he got here, he'd had a buzz cut.
Because he knew I was going to get him, but the gag still worked. But Jeffrey had told me like a week or two earlier. He says, "You should see Cole. He's blonde." And I said, "You're kidding." And, you know, as
I said he was trying to look like Eminem.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was like, God, it's too bad you had to go to all the trouble of dyeing your roots dark.
Well, speaking of head dunks, I just watched Tapper and his team. I'm sitting here to lure to them, and Cole indeed went for a double head dunk. So maybe trying to get extra refreshed for this next match.
All right. Great journalism there, Jeffrey. That was really good. All right.
Maybe that was a coaching move, too.
Yep. So Cole has done his. Oh, I didn't tell you, Jeffrey. So right before that, he says, we go over to the coaching booth, and there's Jordan Reese, his great coach from Australia. And Cole said, "Okay, tell me how bad I am. Tell me everything." And he says, "Jordan did." And then we did the head dip, and then we were fine.
You know, I think sometimes you got to hear all the things you're doing wrong to start doing them right again. And as much as it may suck, especially after you just lost 2 races or even just one, doesn't feel great, but you need to hear it. You learn way more from the losses than you do the wins. And, you know, I think for Callahan and team, this is, you know, they've only lost 3 races this whole regatta. So they're still, you know, not to say they haven't been learning, but, you know, I wouldn't be surprised they come out a little stronger, a little feistier in this next match.
I agree with you, Jeffrey. Well, it'll be fascinating to watch.
All right, guys, we'll follow in this race and look forward to touching back to you guys in the studio.
We'll talk during the race.
So I think here it looks like the breeze is pretty similar to last race. I think, you know, kind of the 6, 7, 8 knots that we've had before. Looks like it's pretty filled in across the course. So I think, do you think a little bit right favored, but pretty much just much a 50-50, maybe a 55-45 on the right?
Exactly. I was just going to say, I'd probably favor the right a little bit, but I like the 55-45 or 60-40, something like that. And what we're talking about is the percentage of time you spend on port versus starboard.
And I think it does look like the pin end is a little bit higher. Looks like it's slightly pin end bias on this start line here. So I think, you know, it's just pretty much execute your game plan, and then if you sail fast and sail with good boat handling, you should be able to get ahead. And I think what we've seen from the 4 teams in the semi-finals is all of them, when they're able to execute their game plan, they win races.
Yep.
In those other matches for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, 12th, what do we have, guys? We got Kirkman leading Vesterland 1-0, and that's for 5th and 6th. And Nichols is leading C. Look at that. Nichols is leading C in the race for 7th and 8th. And Nichols leading 1-0. Kemp leading Melchior 1-0 for 11 and 12, and then 9 and 10 rather. And then Fong leading Letty 1-0 in the race for 11-12. As you just heard a horn from the race committee boat, we're going to get our second and final semifinal match of the day underway. This will be the last flight, technically flight 24, is it, of today's racing. Race day 4 will go in, Andy, and you're going to host a semifinals press conference at 1900, 7 p.m. Pacific, which is bloody hell. That's 26, that's 0200 UTC for those of you in Europe. But we'll have all 4 semifinalist skippers on the stage, and here we go with Tapper and Hyde.
Well, we should say, Tom, that all of the programs I believe we do are available on demand afterwards.
They are.
Yeah.
On either Facebook or YouTube. Just Google Governor's Cup. BYC Governor's Cup. There are a few other Governor's Cups.
Yeah, there are.
Not nearly as prestigious as
this
one in other sports.
So the boat switching this, so Tapper is now the yellow entry and Hyde is now the blue port entry. So Tapper got Hyde dialed up. Hyde trying to reverse out. You know, Tapper here just in a good position here, but at some point probably be broken up. And Tapper needs to try and throw that other race behind him and get going and get a good race in.
I feel the same way about Josh Hyde this series. He just seems to be more, more confident.
Settled?
More settled. He just, but again, he's young. And, last year he was really young. And I think he's grown a lot in the last year.
Was he 10th last year? I think he was 9th or 10th last year.
Yeah, I don't remember. But he certainly had a great 18 months, in the last about 18 months he's done great. down under.
And another cross-Tasman rivalry here between
Yep.
the Aussie and the Kiwi. They love to hate each other, and they're really brothers.
Well, and two of the finest programs, Tom, two of the finest youth programs and youth
absolutely.
match racing programs in the world. I would say BALBOA Yacht Club is now approaching that quality. But these two, the Cruising Yacht Club of Australia
Absolutely.
and the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, they produce just year after year, they produce incredible sailors.
Yes, we've got 1:55 to go. They're maybe 40 seconds from the committee boat here, maybe just over a minute to the pin. So Tapper here just trying to sail the boat low, slow, get away from this line here. And Hyde just trying to go. Does he want to go inside? The longer he stays down here, the better it gets for Tapper. But, there's a lot of time to burn here. Tapper going to try and swing up. Hyde trying to not get hooked. If Hyde gets hooked to windward, Tapper can slow the race down.
Let's remind everybody what hook means. When you see the boat behind go to leeward, going to the left side of the other boat, if they overlap, in other words, if you draw a straight line from the stern of the head boat and the other bow is forward of that, there's an overlap, and at that point, the boat that you see on your right must keep clear of the boat to the left.
I think Tapper here doing a really good job of bringing this low in the box here. So he's able to kill time and just be able to, minute to go there. There's still probably at least 45 seconds from the pin end, which the biased end of the line. Tapper in a good position here just to burn as much as he wants. Hyde kind of caught.
Yep.
If Tapper can really slow this race down here, this could be a real slam dunk start.
We talked earlier about patience. This is when you need patience.
Nice move by Tapper.
And Hyde also needs patience to not ruin the race. He can
Exactly.
being half a boat length behind off the start line is fine. It's not ideal, but being 5 boat lengths or copping a penalty, that is an issue.
Matthew, how many times have we said and done one way or the other in match racing that don't make it worse? Realize at some point, okay, on this particular thing, he's got me or she's got me.
Yep.
But I won't make it worse. And so many times you see the boat behind make it worse.
And Hyde doing exactly
was
that.
great. That was
Almost
great.
an even start.
Yep.
Did a real good job of that. I think Tapper could have stayed low and killed a bit of time earlier, stopping the tack. I think he went a bit early there, but Hyde did exactly what he needed to do there just to keep this even, and now it's a drag race.
Exactly. So I'm going to lose the start by a little bit, but I'm not going to lose the start by a lot. No, he looks good. He came out of that tack really well. Let's see if we get any kind of right shift. Josh Hyde will have a little bit of advantage, but they're just about bow to bow. Oh, look at Cole. Whoa, look at this. Okay, a luff. Remember the boat. In this case, the boat to the right is the leeward boat, and the boat to the left, Cole Tapper, must stay clear. So that was what we call a luff, and that was well done.
There's a penalty flag, a Y flag, protest flag, I should say, from Hyde.
Yep.
Another luff.
I think Tapper doing what he needs to do there, staying clear. I think this would be a green flag.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I think it'll be green flagged. But Hyde doing it great. Now the problem is that once you do that a couple times, sometimes you will fall slightly aft, and that's what's happened now. And now Hyde is going to have to tack away pretty quickly here. So it's worth a try. But I'll tell you what, Matt, well, I don't know what you think, but the first luff sometimes is a really good idea. Second luff is seldom a good idea.
Yeah, the first luff's probably a 50-50, 60-40 advantage that it'll work.
Yep.
The second luff probably flips to 25% chance it works.
Exactly.
Because once you're going down speed doing that luff, it's just hard to really build up.
Guys, we just saw a fake tack for the first time in a long time. You sure don't see that in the current America's Cup.
Nope.
Fake tack, and then they back, and this is hand-to-hand combat. This is pretty fantastic racing.
This is classic match racing, the tacking duel.
Oh, a real good exit from Tapper on that tack. You just saw the boat squirt as they pressed onto the windward side. I think that's kind of like what we were saying off the start. Just don't lose more than you need to. That second luff just meant that he maybe lost an extra half boat length that he fought so hard to get at the start there.
Yeah, I think he lost more than that, frankly. You just got to look at where your bow is, and if your bow is not at least bow to bow with him, then it's not going to work. And I think the first one, he had a shot, as you said, Matthew. Maybe 50-55%. But on the second one, he had no chance.
Yeah.
Okay, this is one of 2 semifinal matches here at the Governor's Cup. Hyde is leading this match 1-0 over Tapper. Tapper is leading this second match. It'll be the last match of the day. We'll do more racing tomorrow. This is a first to win 3 semifinal series for both. And let's now look at this other pre-start in the other semifinal between Callahan and Pinckney. Callahan trailing Pinckney, Pinckney leading 1-0 in this other semifinal.
So we've got 2 minutes 5 to go to this start here. Pinckney just the boat to windward on your screen, closer to the screen, and Callahan just jibing there with the red pinnies. So these guys, we've got about 25, 30 seconds into this start line here, and long time to go. So Pinckney taking the lead. He's led both of their pre-starts in and managed to win both the pre-starts they've done in the final race of the round robin and the first race here. So interesting to see Callahan letting him get that again when it's worked twice. And I think Pinckney here, you know, proving why he was confident. He thinks he's got a game plan that can get to Callahan.
Yep.
When you said pennies, explain the pennies. They're both wearing pennies.
It's an American term for a vest or a bib.
A pullover, bib, or vest.
Yeah. But so see, Callahan's managed to take the lead. I think Pinckney there killed a little bit too much boat speed. Callahan getting over the top. 1:10 to go. Maybe 35 seconds of full speed to the pin end here. There's a little bit higher in the box than the previous start, but you know, if Callahan can just get this slow, it gets tough for Pinckney. As time runs out, if Pinckney can keep them moving in, it gets tough for Callahan to kill. 50 seconds here. I think it's okay for Morgan here if he can keep, if there's not too much chop and he can just keep that boat nursing him. But as soon as if that jib backs, he's just going to lose the power that he needs to just keep it driving in. 35 seconds to go.
The problem for Morgan here is they're too close to the committee boat. So if he has to tack to clear his wind, it's going to be such a short tack. He'll do, we call 2 downspeed tacks, which will hurt him like a boat length or 2.
But I think Morgan's done a good job of dragging these boats in towards the start line here. So 20 seconds to go. They're probably less than 20 seconds from the line. So he should be able to get off the line okay. Callahan maybe gets the favored pin end, but Pinckney gets a relatively even start.
Ooh. Okay, now they're splitting tacks. Boy,
not ideal from Callahan.
No, can Callahan lay that end? He can't.
He
can't. He's going to have to tack. That's what I was saying. So 2 downspeed tacks. But, you know, you'd have to call that a pretty even start.
It's a drag race, so whoever's faster wins.
Yep.
But I think Callahan, just when he tried to accelerate at 7 or 8 seconds, just hit a wave and just couldn't quite build up. Slipped sideways with these thin keels. It's hard if you're not up to speed. The boat moves sideways first.
Let's stay on this match for a moment, but just to note that Tapper is leading that other semifinal match, coming downhill with a blue kite, leading over Hyde. Hyde leads the series 1-0. Tapper leads that match, second match in that semifinal.
Here looks like Pinckney's a little bit higher.
Yeah. That would be the normal effect to go to the right here, but I don't think there's a huge amount of difference. I think it just hasn't really, this is not a, you know, a traditional sou'wester, which, you know, gets up to 15 or something in the afternoon. This is not that.
Yeah, everyone's flat hiking, but it's, you know, it's kind of 6-7 knots really. It's not quite filled into the strong sea breeze of 8, 9, 10 knots.
Boy, this is a key moment.
Close up a little bit.
So here looks like Pinckney's definitely able to go higher and faster overall.
Without question.
Great
here,
shot.
if he were to tack and cross, I think he get a clear cross, but I don't think he wants to give up the right here.
I'm not sure he can cross. Close. You think?
He would be on starboard, so he would cross regardless.
I think he would, Tom, but not by much.
That's the Newport Pier in the background.
Yep. Beautiful coastline here.
Racing between the Newport Pier to the west and along the beach here to the right of this on the screen there, down to the Balboa Pier down near the entrance to Newport Harbor. May we come back to this match now, coming into the Leeward Gate, the Tapper Hyde match. Hyde with the green kite trailing Tapper by a couple, 3 boat lengths, maybe touch more, but coming into the gate, the end of leg 2 of 4.
I think Josh Hyde has caught up a little bit.
Yeah, I think he gained a little bit on this downwind, but I think Tapper just did a real good jibe there just to gain a boat length back.
And he's coming in with a lot of speed.
Tapper wants the right. Upwind right. You still like the upwind right, Andy?
I think so. Yeah. I wouldn't take a, I wouldn't go all the way up to the ley line.
You wouldn't go out to the pier.
No.
But is that because of pressure or because of?
Because I don't want to leave my opponent that much. It's
but
still.
No, I understand. But you think there's more pressure right, or is the wind shift coming right?
I think both. I think maybe a little righty and a little more pressure. It looks, don't you think, Matt? It looks really solid from here where we are right up to the mark, and that's where the two boats are sailing through.
Yeah, but I think the far right at the moment is in a little bit of a left phase where on screen you can see Callahan and Pinckney. They're both headed on starboard tack, so I think, through the middle of the course is the best pressure, but definitely, definitely I think, it's interesting to do such a big split if you're leading by 2 boat lengths. This is given Hyde. If Hyde gets a little gust or a shift, he can gain. So you got Callahan on screen to leeward, Pinckney to windward here. I think that they're going to this red mark here, so Pinckney should have mark room whenever he gets here. But remember, Pinckney is obligated to go round. So real good beat by Pinckney here just to build up off that.
Yeah, it sure is. Now he's soaking down on top of a little bit there at the last, which really was good. But, well, they're virtually overlapped at the weather mark, so... The set's important. See how this is. Perfect set.
Pinckney around first with a great kite.
Both boats with a great, yeah.
Pinckney's kite is not all the way up, so potentially if they forget to get that up, that would be really important if they were to jibe, just not being able to stiffen out that luff.
Yep.
I don't think he knows.
No, I don't think he does either.
But real good set by Callahan to be on the leeward edge, so as when they do go for the jibe, he's got the power.
Yep.
And here, he's going to have...
And there's the jibe.
I would expect Callahan to be able to roll with this here.
But
not a great jibe.
Not a great jibe.
By Callahan. Pinckney leads this semifinal 1-0. It's first to win 3.
There you see Pinckney's kite collapsing there in the dirt here.
It does not look good. I think he's got the spinnaker halyard under the hounds there. Oh, there it is. I think it's. I think he's at the top now. He got it. Yeah.
It's out, but it's still a foot down or so.
You want to project as much area as you can. So if you've had hoisted all the time, it will not both not have as good a shape for this, and second, will not project as much sail area.
There, Commodores, ladies and gentlemen.
Look at this.
Is a lead change.
Yep. But Tom, the problem with this kind of lead change is you now need to extend it another couple boat lengths so you have freedom.
Yep.
Because otherwise you're in what?
Downwind jail, as Dave Perry likes to call it.
Dave Perry will say, yep.
And Ryan Davidson would say the same thing.
But I think Callahan's using that boat speed to try and get down to Morgan's line. If Callahan can get down to Morgan's line, that's good for Callahan. If Morgan can keep just on the leeward edge here, that's powerful for Morgan.
Yep.
I think they got the kite up. One of the reasons they may have lost a little bit there in that exchange was that I think one of their crew were up there at the foot of the mast trying to hoist the kite all the way up. Is it up now?
I believe it is.
I think it is. So there was a little bit of futzing around there in the crew on Morgan's boat as they realized the kite was not all the way up. And it clearly is now.
Oh, great picture there, I believe, from the roving boat. Great photography, guys. These are all athletes, but Tom, what do you suppose the blood pressure is on those boats right now?
Oh, their heart rates might be up a little bit.
Heart rates might be up a bit.
These kids are all fit, and their blood pressure is probably lower than yours and mine.
Yep, exactly.
Coming downhill in the Tapper-Hyde match, just a quick note, is Tapper still leading that match? Yes, he is. The blue kite, so he's leading. Just over Josh Hyde. Josh Hyde is up 1-0 in that series, but Tapper looks like he will come down now and maybe get the win It's not a huge lead, but he is 3 or 4 boat lengths ahead. Well, not even that much. Now that we got, it's a boat length clear, not even a boat length clear. As we now have, Chris has got one of his drones on. On the this match, Tapper Hyde. Tapper in boat 2, and Hyde in boat 7.
Real tough position here for Tapper, because if he extends out too much, then he gives Hyde the chance to roll, but if he jibes too early, then he gives Hyde multiple chances to get back on his breeze. It's really got to feel confident in where he's going to pick his jibe, and does he want to do it earlier or later? Depends on how he feels about the roll and the re-roll, potentially.
Matt, which end? If you look back at the starting line and see which end you think is favored?
The pin
finish?
end.
Pin end is favored.
The yellow pin, so you can see on the top of the screen. So I'd want, if I were Tapper, I'd want to go a little bit later here, I think.
So what we, again, just to remind everyone, the yellow pin is closer to the windward mark, meaning it is a shorter place to sail. So that's what we call the favored end.
And I think as well, we're in a left-hand phase here, so they're going a lot more down the course. So this is the favored jibe, so I don't think you want to jibe off it too early. Like Callahan looks like he's got a big lift on that beat as well, and is able to extend on in his race.
But Tapper's extended here nicely. He gained a boat length or 2 there in just the last little bit.
Yes, indeed.
There's your jibe, Matt. You called it. It was a tough call.
I think here Tapper just wants to work until he can get into that ley line at that pin end. So when he thinks he can get to the ley line or even the 2 boat length zone, then he can jibe back.
Well, and Josh Hyde is doing exactly the right thing. From Josh's point, you don't want to let him go out there. You want to keep the race long. Keep it in the middle of the course. Keep jibing.
There's the Harry Price.
Hoping for something.
Just not a great jibe by Hyde.
Not a great jibe,
there.
no. And when a great jibe was crucial. And you can see Cole Tapper just pulling away right here.
He's extending.
So that was pretty much it. But
yeah,
Josh Hyde had a chance.
So Tapper coming through the line, 2 boat lengths to the finish, going to get that 1-1. So just tacking on to starboard there, Justin Callahan and his team, Morgan Pinckney and his team on port tack. So, nice lead there for Callahan, probably a 5 boat length lead. He got picked up a little bit of that left pressure, left hook, and just extended out of that gate there.
So if this goes this way, then we'll have 2 semifinals tied at 1.
1-1.
What a surprise.
Well, that'll give you something to talk about at the presser, Andrew.
There you go.
Much better than 2-0.
Yep.
First to win 3 is the semifinal number, and then tomorrow's finals for the winners of the semis, obviously. That's also first to win 3. So we'll have more semifinal racing tomorrow. This is the last flight of the day. The other boats have headed in to shore and back to the Balboa Yacht Club. And when these guys come downhill here in a moment, that will be the final leg of the day, day 4, Saturday, here in Newport Beach.
Well, it turned out to be a great day, but I was just very impressed with Dr. Don Becker and his committee getting those couple races off in really marginal conditions. But I'll tell you, I would almost guarantee you none of the sailors will have complained about that.
Well, we were all
fair races. Yeah, we were
kind of saying, well, I'm not sure I'd be running a race, but he did, and it was a good call. It's, what time is it now? Approaching 4 o'clock, 1600 here. And, guys, it's getting soft.
Well, perhaps the reason that we were against that and stuff is the reason he's the PRO and we are not.
Well, maybe it was because we needed to take a pee or something. I think that might have been the other reason. We were looking for a break and said union rules gave us a break.
And I sure hope you folks like us later in the afternoon when we get a little punchy.
Well, we managed to stagger our break so that we all got down below for a pause.
So Pinckney trying to do what Callahan did to him last time.
Yep. He came out of the job really well, but as I've said all week, their maneuvering's been incredible.
Yeah, I think it's tough for Pinckney here, because I think Callahan's okay, but if Pinckney just gets a wave, gets a little bit of pressure, he's going to get on top of him. But I think the fact you see Pinckney's bow's gone down here, that makes me think Pinckney doesn't think he can get this roll.
Right.
And he's setting up to do it on the next board.
I think that's exactly right. A little easier when it was light and spotty. This is a little more steady breeze, so the boat speed is the same, basically.
I wonder what their relative weights are, because now Pinckney, with 4 people aboard, probably is a little heavier, don't you think?
I would think. Yeah, I would think.
Yep.
And we know Justin is about, I've heard 40, but I think he told me 60 pounds under.
And Morgan was right on the limit here, so there's a big difference, which the last race, Pinckney had the upwind speed that helped, and then, that's not really, doesn't seem to have been present this race.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, just looking at the 2 boats here, it looks like Justin made a few adjustments in between the match 1 and match 2 of upwind speed. And being a little atypical, Morgan didn't really get the right-hand shift on that second B. Justin finding a really nice lefty and doing a great job to get on Morgan's line now. So, the simul jibe going left, he might have a chance to roll, but it's a short jibe, and I'd expect Justin to lead it back to starboard and keep his breeze clear. Maybe a fake jibe in the making here. We'll see.
A fake jibe, Andy. We've had a fake tack, and we might now have a fake jibe, according to Jeffrey.
That must make us fake news.
So this is it's not fake news. This is a proper match racing. This brings back the 1983 America's Cup racing in the glory days of the 12 meters, and then the IACC boats after that. Are we living in the past, Andrew?
We are, but the past wasn't bad.
Now we'll see here. Morgan's been working really hard to try to shift lower, what we call load the gun on Justin. But Justin, recognizing that, Morgan initially tried to go for the roll, which inherently disadvantages him for a jibe on a port roll. So we'll see how it goes here. Big jibe.
So if Callahan's kite, the purple kite to leeward, starts sagging, that's really, really powerful for Pinckney. If it doesn't do that, Callahan, advantage Callahan.
Yeah, do we have that wind shadow chart or graphic?
Now this is a tricky one here. Morgan leading this jibe back now. Justin has to make a decision. Which end of the line is favored? I think he's doing the right thing by just bearing away to a VMG angle.
And there's been a big right-hand shift. Callahan's angle on starboard got really low there, so nice for him to be able to extend to this lay.
Again, Morgan trying to keep the race as long as possible. You can see from the graphic, the light gray area there is where the wind shadows go. And you can see that the boat behind is trying to put his wind shadow on Justin Callahan, but it's not happening.
And we have 2 semifinal matches tied at 1-1 each. Callahan and Pinckney tied on 1-1. We've just seen that finish, and Tapper and Hyde earlier. To conclude a great day of racing out here on the Pacific Ocean. Let's wrap it up. We'll start. Jeffrey, are you still with us? Do we have Jeff? We've lost Jeff, but let's start with you, Matt, and then go to Andy, and we'll call it a day.
Yeah, I think great day racing, perfect conditions for maneuvers and wind spotting. Rather than, there wasn't just a hike off, it wasn't a get right day. There was lots of thinking, and I think that showed no one went undefeated. People lost races here and there, and I think we got a good best of 2 series essentially tomorrow for both these semifinals.
Yeah, I think, we had predicted that these 4 would be in the semifinals, and they are indeed. And they're living up to everything we expected, Tom. I mean, Cole Tapper has been on a roll for a couple of years, but we knew how good these other 3 teams were, and I think they're making it clear they're all in this. I would not want to pick a winner right now.
And sets up a fantastic evening at the press conference at 1900 Pacific, 7 p.m. here. So, and that's in, 3 hours from now. By the time we get in, get cleaned up, and get organized, we'll do that. We hope you can join us for tomorrow's end of the semifinals, and then we'll roll right into the finals beginning at 11:30 Pacific. Out here in the Pacific Ocean for the Governor's Cup, for Jeffrey, for Matthew, Andrew, this is Tom Eamon, Chris Bretschker, and the rest of your crew. Thanks for joining us here at the 58th Governor's Cup in Newport Beach, California. See you tomorrow.